Hi, everyone. It says that I am live, so hopefully I did this correctly. Can you guys hear me, see me? I'm actually going to take off. I'm going to take off my headphones since it's just me, because they're kind of a pain. Hi, can you guys see me? Everybody say hi or let me know, please. Hi, Becky. Thanks. Yeah, my daughter is very busy. She's very, very busy. I need to do one thing, so you guys just hold on 1 second. And then I'm going to, because I have to get the YouTube link for one of my guests, and I completely blanked on that, so I need to do that right now. Let me just grab the link. Let's see, my video. But yeah, my daughter, she actually, her boss, her supervisor, actually tested positive for the virus. And I don't want that to show. And then she got sick, but they didn't want to do the test. So she was quarantined for a week. And they said that if she didn't get worse, she could come back to work in a week. Oh, nice place for me to pause that. Okay, so let me just send this off in the email. And so she's doing good so far right now. When she goes to any COVID-19 death scenes, she actually has to do like the full hazmat suit now. So it's not just wearing a mask anymore. Sorry, I'm typing on my keyboard. Okay, so once this is done, sorry, I haven't used StreamYards before, so that's why I wasn't quite sure. I scheduled it, and then when I saw everybody else today, I've seen that the stream is there, like showing that it's scheduled in a little bit, and it wasn't showing up for me, so I couldn't get the link, and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't showing. But as long as I'm here, I'm doing good. Then I'm fine. I can't figure out how to show my screen like everybody else can do. So I really wish I could, because I have some things that I would really like to be able to show while I'm talking to a couple of my guests. So anyway, sorry. My daughter is a death investigator for the medical examiner's office. She's a medical legal death investigator. So she's called to the scene of every death when she's on duty in Dane County and Rock County, 2 counties. So yes, so that means she has to go to, unfortunately, some COVID-19 deaths. And she's not really worried about the person who's dead because they can't breathe on her, but she's worried about the exposure from the family members that she has to talk to. And she obviously has to ask a lot of questions and things like that. So that's where she's mostly concerned, is just, but she thinks that she might have already had it, but she can't do an antibody test till, I think the end of May, they said they might be able to give her one. Not really sure. Let's see. Okay, just want to make sure. I got one of my guests messaging me here. Okay. And so here I am. Okay, so what I want to start with is, in general, I am probably going to not look at the chat a whole lot, because as everybody knows, or a lot of people know, with this neurological issue I have going on, I lose my train of thought very easily. And I will just sit here looking like an idiot if I try to read the chat and try to talk at the same time. As you just noticed, I can't do 2 things at once at all. But what I'm going to do is, at the end of each interview, I'm going to reserve like the last 10 minutes for questions. And then I believe Julie is going to come on. I don't know if she wants to be on camera, but she'll at least do the audio, I think. Julie, is that what you're going to do? She's going to come on and ask the questions so that I don't have to try to, hi everyone, I don't have to interrupt my guests too much, and so that I can just keep things moving so I don't lose my, oh, if I send you the link, you can join? Sure, I guess I can do that. See, I am so like just not good right now. I haven't even done everything I said I was going to do. Okay, let me just send this link to them. Okay, there's my link. It's to my mods. I have to thank Julie and Fen for being moderators again, like always. They always make sure everybody is up to date on their information. And if you can, make sure you check out their podcast, which is called 80 More Things. And that's the website. They just dropped the first episode of the 2nd season just a few days ago. So check that out. I'll put that up again later when Julie comes on. Put my little ticker on the bottom. Okay, so I need to say thank you to everybody. I know I did this on the kickoff show, but for anybody that didn't see me, thank you to everybody that has been involved, whether you are a host or a guest or a moderator or a viewer. Everybody working together to make this a success is amazing. I can't believe how well it's come together. And obviously planning it is it's not always easy, but this is a project close to my heart. So I really wanted to make sure that I was still involved again. Unfortunately, I said that I actually couldn't fit my own daughter into my schedule because she took too long to respond to me. And by the time she responded, I'd already filled up my slot. I actually extended my time by 2 hours. So I told her that maybe early this week, I can maybe have her on in like a wrap-up show. So I'm hoping I can do that. But other than that, I will probably be taking a break again for however long I need to, because my health is not any better, unfortunately. Everybody knows I took a kind of a medical leave, and fortunately my health is not any better. So I sound fine, I look fine like this, but if you see me get up, I'll fall on my butt. I can't walk without a cane, and I get very dizzy, and I can't, I have no balance. I have a balance disorder. So that's why. Now I'm going to look at my note here because, again, brain, neurological disorder, so brain broken. Sorry. I'm going to do the best I can. Everyone bear with me. Let's see. I want to, mention the donations. Okay, so if you're interested in donating, and I had this, but I'm not going to actually put it up now, and I'll tell you in a second. Because, you can donate going to accesscorrections.com, or you can download the app to your phone or tablet. The reason I'm not going to keep that up now is because the guys have almost, at least last I checked, they were very close to hitting their limit for the day. The daily limit for each of the guys is $2,900 each. And the fact that we've hit that limit is amazing. I'm a little surprised. I didn't worry about the daily limit because last year we made about that much for the entire weekend for each guy. I didn't expect us to hit that in one day. So I don't really know what's going on. I don't know if it's because there are more new people here this year, or if people are more comfortable donating because it's going right to them, and we're not the middlemen here, and so people are a little more feel a little more comfortable donating. Now, we have no way of knowing for sure what the total donations are, especially including last night, because we don't get a list of it or anything. But the fact that you can't donate anymore because they've reached their daily limit should tell us that means they've each gotten $2,900, at least for today. If we're wrong about that, then I'm going to apologize, because that's a really big number and we're really excited about it. But that I can't imagine why else you wouldn't be able to donate anymore for the day. Like last I checked, Brendan was about $125 away, I think, and Steve was about $200 away from hitting the maximum limit. And I did deal with this last year when I was doing deposits, that some days I couldn't make the deposit because they'd hit the maximum limit for the day. So that's what I'm going to say about the donations. Like, I'm really excited about the total. We're guessing at the total, but I don't know why else it would say that if, that they'd reached the max limit if they hadn't, which means that we're doing really, really well. And I'm really excited about that. So that would mean that, we have to be close to already $6,000 for the event. Right now, we had asked people to send us their donation receipts so that we could try to keep a running total of what it is. And we'd only gotten receipts for about $300 dollars in donations. So that's why, again, really surprising. But I forgot to mention that when I brought it up yesterday. And so that might be why people weren't doing it, because I didn't mention it it wasn't mentioned until much later. And I completely forgot about that. Let me see what else I wanted to make sure I covered. So the donations are great. And if you can't donate today, then donate tomorrow. You can still donate tomorrow. If you're, and I think you already know this, it's all on the website, MaM-a-Thon.org. If you click on the How Can You Help link, that's where it gives you all the donation information. So if you don't remember all of this, you can't remember where you're supposed to go, just remember MaM-a-Thon.org. That's the most important thing. As we mentioned yesterday, again at the kickoff, we are dedicating this year's MaM-a-Thon to our dear friend Ziggy. I'm wearing a button in her honor. Ziggy worked behind the scenes last year. She was a great moderator. She did a lot for the event, and she really loved the event. She gave away stickers at her own expense, and she was really excited to be a part of it. And unfortunately, she passed away this last year. So we don't have her with us, and we miss her greatly. But I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that again. I mentioned it during kickoff, but I want to make sure I mention again in case anybody's wondering why I'm wearing the button. Now, as far as my guests today, I just said this on Linda's channel if you're over there, but my first guest is going to be Sandy Greenman, and she should be jumping on any second. I told her to give me about 10 minutes. And then my next guest is going to be Doreen Giuliano. She goes by the nickname Mother Justice, and her son, John Juca, is sitting in prison now, wrongfully convicted. She's been fighting for him for 15 years. And when it comes to Doreen, the question is, how much is a parent willing to do to save their child? And when it comes to Doreen, the answer is just about anything. Just about anything. And she has done everything she can. And then I'll be talking to exoneree Ricky Kidd, who was wrongfully convicted for 23, was it? Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. See, again, blank. 23 years. And he was just released, though, 7 months ago, very recently. And he's devoted his time and his life to helping others who have been wrongfully convicted. And then I'll be talking to Jason Strong, really great guy. I talked to him for about an hour and a half the other night, really easy to talk to. And he was wrongfully incarcerated for about 15 years, I believe. And then he was released about 5 years ago. But again, he's heavily involved in helping others that are wrong. And so there's Sandy. So one more thing before I add Sandy is that I need to give a huge, huge thank you to Tanya Henry. I'm thanking people. She actually was responsible for helping me get my 3 guests, other than Sandy, on the show. She also was responsible for getting Adam Brasil. That's going to be on tomorrow with Ripper. And she came in at the last minute and got a Sydney that was on with Richard last night. And she was amazing. So I give Tanya a huge thank you. She was my booking agent this year. So thank you, Tanya. I've told you thank you a million times, but that's still not enough because you have really helped us out greatly with this year. So now I am going to add Sandy. There she is.
Hello.
Hi.
Good to see you.
I don't need notes for you. I don't know why I'm doing that. So how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? You're sure looking good.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, it's so good to see you behind the camera.
Yeah, I didn't sleep much. I don't look blue anymore.
No, you're not. Actually, flesh colored.
Sandy and I did a chat the other day, and I was blue. I looked like a Smurf.
You did. You look like Violet.
Violet from Willy Wonka. I know. I was like, I need to go to the juicer because I look purple or blue. I don't know. Yeah. But I got another light, and I'm hoping I no longer look blue because it was kind of bad. It looked horrible.
It did. You looked very ill.
I can always count on you for showing me some love.
I do love you, you know.
I know you do. That's why I was going to tell everybody. I said that it's very hard for me to quote unquote interview you because you're actually like a second mom to me, and I already know way more about you than
I know.
we're going to cover in this interview. So it's just funny for me to say I'm interviewing you when it's usually we're just sitting there and talking, chatting normally. So, but for those of you who don't know, and I hope everybody does, but again, you can see the name Sandy Greenman, and Sandy was in both episodes of the documentary, both 1 and 2. She was the one that was making bread first.
Bring the bread up.
To this day, she's never baked me that frickin' bread.
Sorry.
I have never gotten that bread, Sandy.
And it's not frickin' bread. It's good.
It's good. I know. Then why have I never had it? You've never made it for me.
Next time.
I know. Okay. Yeah, you said that for 3 years.
I know. Oh, well.
She was, at first, called Steve's fiance during the documentary. She is no longer Steve's fiance, but they are still best friends. She has been with Steve since the very beginning and since his conviction, not since she didn't know him prior to the trial, but she has been with his best friend since the conviction happened. So someone's asking if it was a banana bread. What kind of bread was it?
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin bread. Of course, I think
Mhm.
that. So that's where we're going to start. I'm sure everybody already knows because of the documentary, but exactly how did you become familiar with the case, first off, and then at what point did you get in touch with Steve?
Okay, I think a lot of people do know this, but when he was found guilty the first time, it was kind of a passing story around our area. We didn't know him. He just was in the news a lot, especially when it was overturned. And then when we found him, I'm saying we know, that's my husband and me, because he was still alive at the time. And when we watched everything that was going on with how they arrested Stephen and threw him in jail for no reason whatsoever, in my book, my husband was the one that said, you got to write to that man. I know he's not guilty. I know he isn't. And I said, I feel the same way, but what do we know? You know, it's just that they zeroed in on him so quickly. And I think that's what Wally, my husband, thought too, that it was just zeroed in way too fast. You know, arrest him immediately because they found the car. You
So
know,
you
they
thought
didn't
that
have,
even before watching the trial, even with the way the
no,
media
this was
was
before.
portraying, like, even with all that and all the way the media was skewed, you still didn't think he was guilty?
Absolutely. Never did I ever think that.
Okay.
And I will say that there was one time when I questioned, and that was when well, we won't even call it a press conference, but you know who I'm talking about.
Right.
And for a split second, I thought, oh boy, am I wrong? But that was it. But yeah, we talked a lot about Steve. I started writing him when he was in Calumet jail, and he started talking to Wally and me both. And Wally was ill, so he couldn't go and see him, but he insisted that I did. And that's when I started actually seeing him after the conviction and after he was in Boscobel prison. That was my first trip down there to see him. So that's the way that all started. And one thing led to another, and we got to be very, very close. And I helped as much as I could with his case, constantly doing stuff that didn't do any good, looking for a lawyer for many years. I would take the computer and look up habeas lawyers and contact every single one that I could, either email or by phone or snail mail, anything that I could do to try to get answers from some of these people. And I contacted lawyers in out of state and all over, Illinois, Florida, Arizona. I had one in Arizona that wanted the case, but I had to come up with $25,000 to get him to come up here. Well, that's not happening.
Right.
And so it was a long, long time when there just was no hope, really. And I needed to keep him strong and hopeful. And so I would tell him all the good things that I could when I was working on the lawyer situation, but there was so many rejections and so many no answers at all. And a lot of people that did answer would say, I'll take it for 100,000, but not any less than that. I won't do it pro bono. So that was the way our relationship grew, was me just doing that stuff. And we were going to get married. I'll be honest. We were going to get married, and we moved to Waupun. It's about 7.5 years ago. And that's when we thought we'd get married, was down there. And it was my fault. I said, I'm just not ready for that right now. There's too much going on, and it just wasn't the right time. It just wasn't. So then, of course, there was arguing about it, and not a good time for us for a long time. But we got the friendship back, and as far as I'm concerned, I've never left his side and never will leave his side, because at least until this is over and he walks out the door. I mean, that's the main thing, to get him out. And I have done everything that I know humanly possible. And I worked to get KZ for 4 years. And by that, I mean, I stalked the woman. And I would call once a week. They knew my voice. I would call once a week. I would write her snail mail, and I would email her, and constantly. He wrote also, and he sent his paperwork to her, and she hung on to it all. So I thought maybe there's hope that she will take it. But she had written and said, no, I'm just too busy. I can't take another one pro bono. And of course, we knew that's what it would have to be. So I didn't think there was going to be any hope. So the day that I got the email saying that she would take the case if we still wanted her, I'm jumping for joy and couldn't wait to get to that prison. And I said to Stephen, one question, do you still want Kathleen Zollner? And he goes, uh-huh. You know I do. So, and then I think things changed for me and for Steve also, because I was all alone in this fight. And my friends, well, I don't mean the family wasn't there, because his mom and dad and sister were right there and with me. But all my friends thought I was crazy because they thought that he was guilty. And I would try and shout it from the rooftop practically that I knew he wasn't. But I would get it, everyone just turned their back on me. My church groups, my friends, my family, everybody thought there's something wrong with that woman. Why does she think someone that had this horrible, horrible story told about him? Brendan's confession, the horrible things that this man did to this poor woman. I tried my best, but I was very alone in the whole thing. It was a very lonely few years. So when all the supporters showed up, I got pretty happy because now I'm not alone anymore. It's so good.
I can imagine.
Oh, it is. It's so good to talk to so many people that have watched the documentary, and especially those that have taken the time to read the transcripts and all the documents they can get their hands on, because then they know a little bit more of the truth. Not just a one-sided documentary, as it's been called, but actually know the truth, that this is what happened or this is what didn't happen. So many things in that trial or before the trial was not done when it should have been done. And if you read through everything, then these people get to know that, oh yeah, this could have been done or that could have been done, and why? And of course, I still ask that question, why?
So what got Kathleen on your radar to begin with? How did you get to know who she was, and what made you contact her?
Okay, Stephen had seen the advertising that she was going to be on, I think it was Dateline, on the Ryan Ferguson case. And he said, watch that. I want to see what kind of a lawyer she is. So we both watched it. And when I was watching, I said right out loud to myself, that's the woman that's going to get him out. I know it is, because no one else will do it. And she was just so gung-ho, watching her at work in that presentation that they had and seeing how good she really was. And she's a barracuda, as I've always said that. That's what we need, is someone like her. And Stephen agreed. When I talked to him, he said, I agree. She's wonderful, and do what you can. And that's when I started the 4 years talk. First time I met her in person, she said, I'm almost ashamed to hug you. I'll never forget that. It was so sweet.
She turned you down for so long.
Yeah. And when I said, well, I introduced myself as her stalker. She goes, I feel so bad that I never answered. I didn't take the case. I said, just take it now. And we met for the first time in a Waupun McDonald's. She had gone in to see Stephen.
I remember you telling me.
Yeah. She had gone in and spent 3.5 hours visiting with him to see whether she would want the case. She has to meet them. She has to know that they are innocent in her mind, or she won't do it. She got burned, years ago.
Right.
And so when she walked in the door and I introduced myself and we sat down, and I just looked at her and I said, well, guilty or not? And she said 110% innocent. And it brought tears to my eyes, because now he's going to get help. He's going to get what he needs. Someone that actually will take a look at the so-called evidence and prove it wrong, because it's so wrong. And as we all know, all the supporters now, I think, believe that the evidence does not support their narrative. It's been screwed from the very beginning, and I hope that everyone that is a supporter now realizes that. And we have so many new ones coming in, and our groups are filling up fast, and that's all good. But we want them to know, as much as they possibly can about it, all the possible suspects that are out there that were never really looked at during the discovery period. They didn't pay much attention to these people that I know of anyway. And so right there, I believe that it was tunnel vision. And that's where we sit today. He's still there, and so is Brendan.
Right.
And Brendan should be out.
Before I forget, I assume Steve can still get letters and can still everything, even though with the virus and everything, right? Okay.
Yes,
So before I forget, there's Steve's mailing address for anybody that would like to write Steve. He cannot get any visitors right now. He hasn't had a visitor in 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
March 9th was the last visit.
Oh, well,
that was
okay.
Mark.
Yeah.
Mark was there on the 9th. That was the last visit. I'd been there 2 days before.
And what is the situation right now? Sorry to change it, but I just thought about that. You know me, I don't want to forget it. So
that's fine.
What is the situation? Because we know that there have been some positive cases of the virus in the prison.
Yes, as far as I know, or at least the prisoners know, just the doctor that got it. And Stephen is on a very tight lockdown. They all are. No going out of the cell except a couple times a week when they run showers. Otherwise, he's in the cell 24/7, eating. No rec, anything to get his mind off the case. And that's why the letters are so important right now, because he doesn't get a phone often either. I haven't talked to him in 2 days. And
right. That's what I said a bit earlier. I think during the kickoff, I'd mentioned that he's not even able to use the phone as much as he's used to.
No, And because he has moved to a different cell, he's in a different unit now, which is still a single cell. But that's a good thing, because he had people that kept him awake all night in that unit. So I'm very thankful that they moved him. But I'm sure that he's.
It was so loud. People were just screaming at each other in the background. It was horrible.
Yeah. There's the one guy on his other unit, the old unit, that would scream all night. And people have asked me when I tell him that, well, what's this guy saying? I said, nothing. He's just yelling. It doesn't make sense. It's just yelling. And Steve says all night he was doing that. So finally, they moved him to a different area, and still a single cell, which is very good, because they usually save the few singles that they've got, the way I understand it, for people with jobs. And when he got the single cell, he was working in the kitchen for those 2 years. But now he's refused a job. He doesn't want one. So I thought he wouldn't get a single one, but he has it. But can you imagine how lonely that is without even getting out to eat or to rec? Or going to the gym where he likes to lift weights, a little bit something, or his bed. I think you know that story about him lifting his bed, right? And he can't get to the gym, he lifts the bed. So nothing wrong with him. But I think he needs mail now more than ever, because he doesn't have contact with the outside world at all. And I just feel so bad there can be no visits. And I'm used to going all the time, and it's not good, but we can't change it. We'd rather not visit and have him safe from the virus.
Right, absolutely.
We've seen enough people with that.
People are going just in general because they don't like being stuck in the house or whatever. Yeah. But imagine being in a cell.
Oh, I can't.
No,
I can't. I've said to him so many times over those last few weeks, made the mistake of saying, I just wish I could get out of here. And he goes, you know what? So do I. And that makes me feel so bad, because what I've got here is nothing. I mean, I can get out and get my car and go to the park, and lots of things I can do. But yeah, he's got to be pretty bummed. But boy, he keeps his spirits up. When I talked to him 2 days ago, he was jolly and cracking jokes. So he's still, got his hope and his strength. And I don't know where he gets the strength, but he sure got it, and a lot more than I've ever been able to have. And I don't know where he gets it. I think he's a lot like his mama. I think she's got the same kind. Well, Pa too, but Mama has just been through so much, and still she's fighting like crazy to have her son home and her grandson too.
Home. Yeah.
I mean, he's got to get home before they are no longer around. He just has to.
I know, that's all. I mean, that's all Steve ever talked about, was that he just wanted to see Mom and Daddy. I just want to see Mom and Daddy. That's it.
Yeah. He's told me many, many times that that's all that matters. I know years ago he said that to me, and I said, "Well, what am I, chopped liver?" And he goes, "Well,
Yeah.
that's not what I'm talking about." I said, "Okay, I understand." But he
Right.
does. He promised his parents he'd take care of them when they were old, and now his hands are tied and he can't do a thing.
Right.
So it's not easy for that guy, and I guess I'm proud of him. I really am proud of him. He gets a little nuts sometimes and yells at me for no reason, and
He's a crab ass sometimes. He is. He's got every right to be,
I know.
every right to be. But yeah, he can certainly
Yeah,
be crabby, but he can be, he
I know.
laughs a lot. He laughs a lot for the
He
position
does.
he's in. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's got such an infectious laugh. You have to laugh with him when he has that crazy
Yeah,
laugh. But yeah, he I think is doing really, really well with keeping those spirits up. I don't know how he does it. He's got to be strong. And even when he gets cranky with me, I always say, I don't care if you vent to me. I want you to vent to me. That's what I'm here for. I want to listen to it, because otherwise he'll get mad and take it out on another inmate, or sass a guard or something he's never done in all these years in prison. So we don't want to start that. So let him tell me about everything that bothers him. That's good. But don't accuse me of something I didn't do that he can shut up about, and I said to him on that one, and we won't go into that.
We didn't say he couldn't be difficult at times. He certainly can be.
Oh,
He's
he's
very good at
okay.
it when he wants to be.
Yeah, sometimes. And he's stubborn.
Yeah, that is an Avery family trait, though.
I
That is
know.
not us, Steve. That is an Avery
I
family
know.
trait. Is the
Yeah, it
stubbornness.
is.
Even my dog is stubborn, and that is.
See?
And I
He's
would
an
say
Avery.
Even my
She's an Avery,
dog
right.
is stubborn. So yeah, he takes off
Yeah.
after everyone else in that family.
Yeah, that's true. But being stubborn or not, he's still got a very good disposition for all those years locked up for something he didn't do. It would be bad enough to be in prison if he had been guilty of either of those crimes. But when you're not, and you're sitting there going on 33 years now, between the two.
That's crazy.
And it's too much for anybody. It's just, he's got to get out. That's my main goal here, is to see this happen. And I've got a lot of hope coming up now. I really do, because I think the appellate court is going to take one look at all of the stuff presented to them and going to say, well, something has to be done, whether it's a new trial or whatever. At least get us into court for an evidentiary hearing.
Right. How is he doing with these new delays? I mean, he's used. I mean, I know he's got to be used to it by now, but still, it's like every time it seems like, oh, we're close. The next step, another delay, another delay, another delay.
No. Well, he was pretty bummed by that too. I mean, I had a lot of bad comments in the beginning, but I think he's calmed down about it. And I think mainly I give KZ the credit for that, because she not only explained it to me, but she explained it to him a little bit better the last few weeks about how the appellate court works. And, that they will give, Wendy had also said this, they will give the extensions as long as they can, until they get tired of it, I guess. There's no limit, I understand, on the amount of extensions the state can get. I didn't know that. I thought there would be 2 or 3 and they'd be done. But the way I understand it from her, there's no limit. They can keep going on this. But now they've gotten these freebies because of the virus. So I would hope that they're counting those and doing something during that time. Because
in general, KZ's always been really good at keeping his head on straight, right? When
she
when
has
you hit a bump in the road, I mean, she's always been able to really keep him from getting too upset, or I think she's always been really good with that with him.
Yeah, she has. It's now just phone calls because she can't visit either. But the way I understand it, I guess that's a lawyer is included in that. But she calls him, and that's the good thing. They can at least set that up. But she's good about that. But she's calmed him down considerably about the delays. That I do know. He even talks differently about it now than what he did. It's wonderful that she can do that. She's got a calming effect. She works that way on me too.
Right. And I do think she genuinely cares about him. I mean, I do believe that she genuinely cares. It's not just he's a case, or he's a, I think she genuinely cares about him.
She does. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And she said it numerous times. And I can tell, I mean, just by the way things are, that she does. I mean, it's important to her. I mean, she's going to succeed here. I know that. And it's just a matter of time. And he knows it. You just have to be patient because of the process. Like I've told so many people on the groups, it's a process. Yes, she's had the case for over 4 years, but it's a process. I've heard 15 years even before you can get someone out on a
Right.
overturning a conviction.
I was just reading in Ricky's case, I believe it was, that he filed his petition for the federal writ of habeas corpus, like Brendan had filed.
Yes.
And he filed it, I believe, in 2003, and they didn't have a hearing till 2009.
Oh my, see?
6 years to get a hearing.
Isn't that something?
Yes, I said that's insane. But I mean, so this is nothing new. I mean, this is
how
justice works.
Yeah, the slow arm of the law, huh?
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I know that it takes a while, and that's why I've got the patience. But I know there's a lot of people that are saying, well, he's never going to get out. Well, yes, he is. He will, because you take a look at that evidence that she has thrown practically to the dogs. I mean, it's no good. It's useless. And it couldn't have happened like they say it happened. There's no way. So
Right.
you would think at the very least they would have to give him a new trial. I think when they do, if that happens, where they're going to get the jury from is something else again. Because everybody has an opinion now. So
Right.
I don't know how that'll work, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready to fight because I think it needs to be all done over again with some decent attorney working the case. And maybe the jury will see this time that, hey, that can't be. She couldn't have been killed and had her throat slashed and raped and everything else in that bedroom. And TH never was in the bedroom or anywhere else in the house. And there's no evidence that shows she ever was. Nothing. So how they can say that? And then where is the evidence in the garage? Obviously, the bullet they found wasn't anything that went through her head. So let's look on Cuss Road. Let's go where it probably really happened.
What was the biggest piece of evidence that made you shake your head? Like when you first were hearing about the case and when you thought that he was innocent, what was the first thing that you were just like, no, that doesn't add up or that doesn't make sense? Do you remember?
I don't really, because it was all together. There was so much stuff all together. I guess way back in the trial, when Kratz said, well, maybe the key was planted, but so what? Or the key, I think his exact words, the key was probably planted, but so what? What?
Yeah, but I know that part. Yeah, we talk about that. I think everybody talks about that one a lot, about how can you say that? How can you say that even if it was planted, there's so much other evidence, it's fine. No big deal. It's
and
confidence in any of it.
Well, if they can plant one thing, then let's think about the rest of it. And another thing that really gave me pause was the fact that Manitowoc County wasn't even supposed to be there at all due to conflict of interest. Well, guess who found all the so-called evidence? Manitowoc County.
Shocker.
Big deal. But yeah, there's just so much. I mean, I've told so many people this before the documentary even came out about the blood in the car. Okay, really? If he had gloves on, so there were no fingerprints anywhere in the car, door handle, anywhere else, no fingerprints. He must have been wearing gloves. So what did he do? Take them off and then bleed in those 6 low strategic spots and put them back on? What did he do? That makes no sense. And I knew that blood didn't come from the tube in the courthouse. I knew that couldn't happen. But I know that was a big deal for everybody. They thought that might be the answer to that. But
the documentary, like the way they portrayed it, they didn't portray that very accurately. There was stuff they left out that gave the impression that that was a really big deal. It wasn't until we found out more later that we found out that, that really wasn't that big of a deal. I don't even know, because what happened was that the Innocence Project actually went and opened that container, correct? And
yes.
Yeah, so they'd already opened it. And so the whole thing about them being surprised, it was all for show. I don't know what that was. But
I don't know what it was. No, I don't know. But I know that it wasn't it. And the funny part of it is that Steve told Jerry way back when that he had bled in the sink and check that out. But Jerry didn't do it. And he thought right away, and they said his blood was in the car. Well, that's the only thing I can think of. He said, I know that my finger was bleeding again, and I know that was in the sink. So maybe that was the problem. But he just said, maybe, I think you should check it out. Wasn't done.
No, I don't know if I should say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, because whatever. But
go for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that absolutely shocked me when I talked to Steve was that he was blindsided by the lack of defense that was put on.
Absolutely.
He did not have a clue what they were going to do, and he was very surprised that all this stuff that he told them about, they never followed up on. He was expecting witnesses to be called that were never called. He was expecting evidence to be shown that was never shown. They just didn't tell him anything. And that's one of the things I think just absolutely blew me away was that he sat there, honestly, just, he said, confused the entire trial because he didn't know
Absolutely.
what was happening.
They didn't keep him informed at all.
No,
I know they didn't.
And that's one of those things that, like, not trying to say anything bad about anybody. I'm just saying from his perspective, like I just was blown away by that you'd think that the defendant would be very active in their own defense, and he tried to be.
He tried. That's right. And he told them other things too. And I can't remember anything right now except the business with the sink with the blood. But I know there were other things that he questioned them about. I mean, did you do this or what about this? And as far as we know, it was never looked into. So I know that they dropped the ball somewhere along the line, and that's what's so great right now because Casey and him, as we talked about, has a good relationship, and that's a good thing. And at least when he asks her to do something, will you check on this for me? She does it. She'll say, okay, I'll have someone do that. If I don't have the time, I'll have someone do that. Someone check on that for you. Well, that's what he needed all along, especially when he's sitting there in jail, not being able to do anything. He needed his lawyers to talk to him and tell him what's going on. And if they checked out something that he asked them to do, well, then what was the result of that? What did you find out? But that's part of it. And
I think
there's a lot.
That's why some people think that some of this stuff is new, like it just came out, but it's like, no, but now he's got a lawyer that's paying attention to it.
Right.
That's different.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it makes a difference, I'll tell you, because so much of this stuff was right there in front of their eyes, and they obviously didn't see it or chose not to see it, or I don't like pointing fingers, but I didn't in the very beginning. I didn't point fingers, but I've had it, I guess, and I'm letting a lot out now that I've been very hesitant to do in the past. But I know there has to be a reason, because both Dean and Jerry have wonderful AVO ratings. They're not just excellent, they're superb, according to that. If you've got two very good defense attorneys, they're going to do a better job than what they did. So somewhere along the line, they chose not to, or whatever. They said they weren't able, and I hate to get into another can of worms, but they said they were.
Some people are surprised because they were shown to be heroes, but you definitely, like I said, I don't want to go into specifics, and I know you don't either. But
no.
Talk to Steve; he has a very different opinion.
I know. Well, they've admitted when Steve had his motion hearing, whenever that was. So many years have passed, I don't remember what it was. But I was there, and Jerry did testify that he was ineffective. He knows he was, and gave them that out, to use that. And they were, and for whatever reason, I know a lot of it, they said they didn't have enough money to do this. But is that really an excuse not to test anything?
There's some things I don't think that's a good excuse.
I don't. No.
They didn't do any independent interviewing of the family. You don't need money, really a whole lot of money to talk to the family.
That's right.
You really don't. And they did no independent interviewing of the family. And that was the number one thing that really bothered me.
Yeah,
me too. Just used the state's police reports and police statements. That's what you use for everybody. Instead of just trying to, how are you going to discredit any of their witnesses if you don't try to, shake up their story, and try to get them to give conflicting reports. And that's just investigation 101, so.
Oh, I know.
So some stuff I could see not having the money, but that, no.
Yeah. Right. For just the investigating on their own like that. Yeah. Interviews, stuff like that. I had called Jerry, and I won't tell you what it was about, but I had called him one time and gave him information, and he goes, "Oh, I know all about that." And I was about very close saying, "Well, what did you do about it though?" Because they didn't do anything about it. And it was something that should have been looked into, and maybe it was, and they just didn't bring it up. We didn't know about it because they didn't talk to Stephen enough. And I don't know, I don't want to talk against anybody, but I'm sure doing a good job, aren't I?
Like I said,
You know,
you're actually holding back because there's a lot that could be said, and I know that we're
oh
holding
yeah,
back and everything. And
there's a
so,
lot more.
and at least they've written the affidavits and they are willing to
Yes.
admit they're wrong, and that they made mistakes and to try to
Yeah.
help Steve now. So, I give them credit for
Yeah.
that. But
Me too.
there were definitely some mistakes there, and yeah, I think they got a little bit of too much of a hero edit in the documentary. Then
Yeah, too much. So I've tried not to say it to some of the supporters because the way I feel. But when they start talking that they're heroes, I thought if they were heroes, Steve wouldn't be sitting in prison for life. If they were heroes, he'd be on the outside because he wouldn't have been convicted. So don't call him a hero because they're not. The one with the cape is KZ. She's the one with the cape.
She's the one with the cape. Yeah, and I think they did do some things well. So I can't say it was all bad, but I definitely think that they dropped the ball on a lot of things. But I'm not going to say they were horrible because they did do some things they did very well.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. So, but you got to be critical. Like somebody commented, I'm sorry, I already forgot who said it, but they said, I think Justin, is that what it is? They said, well, look at all this stuff, just how we've uncovered, like not me, but you know what I mean, the collective we,
right?
The supporters,
the researchers, the ones that are doing
that. Would have been very useful information back then.
Right.
To have, really destroyed that case. And granted, we have a million eyes that are able to look at this case. But there are some things that were not that difficult to get a hold of. I mean, that some FOIA requests that are kind of no-brainers that were pretty, smart to get, like that they didn't. So there's definitely some information because sometimes these guys will do the FOIA request. I'm like, how did they even think of that? Like, how did they even think to ask for that? But there are some things that are definitely more obvious. That what you want to get. So yeah, I think that there's more that it's easy to say because we found stuff, but there's some stuff that was pretty obvious that they overlooked. I think that they didn't do.
Well,
Mel Billy is going on. That audio is going to be the key to this whole thing. He said it like 3 times, so I got to say it now. He said ears are important too. Yes, Brendan had 0 representation. Yeah, Brendan.
I agree.
Yeah, yeah. Brendan had no experience in the system, and Steve did. Steve had already been wrongfully convicted, and they still were able to get him to he still didn't think that they were trying to railroad him. He still thought, I just want to be helpful. He
I know.
Talk to them even after already being wrongfully convicted once, and I used to tell him like, what the hell? Why would you?
He said this to me already. He said, if I'd known what they were going to do, I don't know what I would have done. I think I would have run and let them kill me. I didn't know they'd do that. And I thought, Stephen, are you crazy? You had it happen before. Why are you so surprised that it happened this time? I mean, with $36 million lawsuits staring them in the face, there's another reason.
Right.
But no, he was very helpful. I'll never forget the interview he did with, I think it was Channel 26, maybe, before he was arrested there, right between the 31st and the 9th of November. He was so helpful on that. He tried to answer the questions truthfully. And that made a big impression on me too, by the way, because just the way he did it, he was very laid back and calm. He wasn't hiding a murder. He was very laid back and calm and helpful in every way that he could be. And I thought that was pretty good. Another thing that pointed in his innocence to me. Of course, there's a lot of things that did, but that was one of them. Before I knew the man, no, I didn't know him.
Right.
I guess I know him now.
T1's just saying, so if we say something 3 times, then it'll get noticed. Maybe.
Oops.
Yeah, I'm gonna say if there's anything here while we're. I know somebody had asked about the phone account and what it costs, and that's changed recently. So I was going to tell that this is why it's really great to donate to the guys' canteens because Steve actually pays for the phone calls now. It's not.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, the supporters don't pay, and then he can call them collect or whatever. It doesn't work that way anymore. Now Steve pays for the phone calls. They changed the little recording, so now it says this is at no cost to you. When you
press
answer.
5.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why it's important even more important to donate to the canteen because that's where they're paying for their phone calls now.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, it's so good on my budget. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
Have
Yeah,
them do it.
it's not cheap. And it's nothing like how it used to be. Because I've seen, like, I remember Carla would talk about how expensive it was
Yeah.
years ago to make a phone call or for them to call. It was terrible, like how much it was.
Well,
So,
it used to be 12 cents a minute, and now it's 6 cents a minute. So it's gone down by half. And that's a good thing. One thing that the DOC is doing good, and that's that. It's really good. It helps everybody, I think. And then he can make these phone calls himself, too. He can call anybody now.
right.
And yeah, I mean, he calls Mark.
Yeah.
He can call anybody. And it's so good because now I'm not the go-between all the time. Sometimes
Right.
I am, but
Yeah. So that's good.
yeah, it is. It's a good thing. But yeah, that is a reason for the canteen needing money always.
Right.
That's why he goes through so much, because he does or did call a lot of people. I don't think he calls as much as he did. He's getting kind of tired of it, but he's writing more letters. I've seen that on the groups. The people. Pardon?
He has a typewriter now, though, right? Doesn't he?
Yeah, but I think he writes them all by hand anyway. He's got the typewriter.
I had trouble with that. That's why he wanted the typewriter.
That's what he said. Yeah. He uses it for other things.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's definitely answering more letters. I can see that because there's people that are telling either me on Messenger or on Facebook and on comments.
Well, I guess
And
if he's been stuck in his cell all the time, what else is he going to do?
Yeah, and that's good. I'm glad he does, because even if it's just a few lines to somebody, I think everyone would like the idea of if they take the time to mail stuff out, especially if they send something. I think a thank you is in order, and I think they should definitely get letters from him, definitely. So I'm glad to see that he is doing it more now. And
Yeah,
less on phone calls.
Before, yeah, he would rather call than actually have to write a letter before.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know it. But then he was working with a lot of his legal stuff too. He was going over stuff. Kathleen had him going over things to try to remember and looking at pictures, trying to remember different things about that day and the days following before he went to jail. And so he was just all wrapped up in his case. And now he's kind of let that subside a little bit and got a chance to maybe connect with some of these people via mail. And I hope he continues that. Gets his mind off of it a little bit.
Oh, well,
So
it's already, oh my goodness, it's already like 8 minutes to 6. So my next guest is going to come in 8 minutes. So, okay, if there's other questions, might as well ask them now. Gosh, that went by way too fast.
Well, I talk a lot.
No, I'm glad you did, though, because people want to hear from you. They don't want to hear from me.
Well, you get me on the subject of Stephen, and I can't shut up.
I know what to ask you to get you to get going.
I guess you do, don't you?
Yeah. So, Julie, did you have questions you want to ask? The ones that I haven't seen? Those are only two that I really noticed were those ones that I asked. Because it's going by pretty quick. We actually have a lot of people. We have 130 people watching.
Oh,
yeah. That's pretty good. Oh, I have a private chat. I'm not used to this, and I know that I have something. I'm here. Yeah. I already saw that. I noticed that on my own. No, I didn't see any that you didn't catch. Oh, so okay, people probably are holding their questions. Okay, so does anybody have a question they want to ask? Everybody's just so happy to hear you and see you and see that you're doing well.
Oh, good.
Other than your eye, but you know.
Oh, don't even mention my eyes, please. It's another story.
I am very, very proud of you for going on camera, because I thought you were going to chicken out of being on camera because your eyes.
Oh, I was ready to, with this one's practically closed. Well, I have to go like this. No, it's the wrong one. I can't do the other one. Oh, well, I was going to wear sunglasses, but I thought maybe that was not cool. So
I thought you were going to give me that, because when you told me about your eye, I'm like, okay, next she's going to say I can't go on video.
I don't care. I don't care.
That's awesome. Everybody wants to see you. That's fine. I'm actually going to add. I have Doreen that is in the she's backstage right now.
Okay.
So I will bring her on, and you guys can say hi since nobody has any questions.
Good.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, I'm going to take off Steve's mailing dress here. Get this down.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me take that down. So, yeah, Doreen, this is Sandy. We're just finishing up, and people didn't have questions.
Hi.
So I figured you can come on and you can say hi. And I said that the two of you actually have a lot in common, because if there's anybody that knows what it's like to try to fight for 15 plus years for to get somebody out of prison, it is Sandy. You know, and that's what Doreen's going through out with her son as well, is trying to.
So I hear, yeah.
It's sad in John's case, and we'll get to this, but his conviction was actually overturned, and then their highest court reinstated the conviction.
Oh, that makes it much worse.
Yeah.
Much worse. You get your hopes up then, you think it's over. Well, that happened with Brendan. I mean, he was exonerated twice. He still sits there.
Right.
So, I'm so sorry, Doreen, to hear that, because
Thank you.
it's got to be bad.
It
But keep
is.
fighting. Keep
Thank
fighting.
Thank you.
Yep.
I mean, but how
Yeah,
many times you're going to find found evidence to get back into court?
uh-huh.
Eventually you're not going to keep finding it. You should get a fair trial right from the beginning.
Yep. That's what you should get.
Yeah, Sandy,
Doesn't mean you do.
if you don't want to stay, if you don't want to stay on the live feed, you definitely need to tune in to the YouTube channel, because
Yeah,
you will
that's
hear
what I'm
so much
going to
stuff
do.
in Doreen's story that is so
Yeah.
similar to what we've dealt with Steve and the corruption and the.
Oh, I want to hear. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely listen to it. I am going to go eat supper because I'm starving. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm hungry. So
Okay.
I will go and eat, and I will listen. I'll have it tuned because I wanna hear the story. And
Thank
as I said,
You'll be on with Jerome too yet, right? This weekend?
well,
Or you don't
I
know?
was on this morning, and
Oh.
he screwed up somewhere along the line, so I wasn't. And he says tomorrow, but that's not going to work. He's on at 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning. Not going to happen.
No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. So, okay, well, I love you and thank you for being on, and I will
I
talk
love
to you
you
later.
too. Nice meeting you, Doreen. Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, that was good timing because, yeah, surprisingly, people didn't have any questions.
You mean
Okay, so I gave a little bit intro in the beginning. I didn't say much. I just said that obviously everybody can see your name there, Doreen Giuliano, and that you go by the nickname Mother Justice, and that your son John Juka is still sitting in prison, and that you've been fighting, and that when it comes to the question of what will a mother do to save her son, it is the answer for you is everything, anything, whatever it takes.
right?
Right.
Most mothers could if they could, right?
Right. That's what I said. I mean, I don't fault you a bit because I would do the same thing. Most parents will, most parents will fight to the death for their children.
Right.
And when you're talking about for John, he's going to be there for life, right? I mean, he does have a life, or no, how many years?
No, he's not going to be there. I'm
Well,
sorry.
he's not going to, but I mean, what was his sentence?
Oh, his sentence was 25 to life.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. So you have to keep fighting for him because otherwise, what else is going to happen? So anyway, I've gotten way ahead of myself here. So what I want to do is you to introduce yourself and tell a little bit about John and maybe tell a little bit about him before this all happened.
Mm-hmm.
And exactly, I know your story is crazy, and we already said it could take like 2 hours to cover it all. But just give a brief overview of like I said, who you are, who John is, and what happened, like that got him incarcerated. What the crime was.
I know that most people aren't going to tune in till 7 o'clock. So should we just do some small talk before 7? I know, half my family is tuning in at 7.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
I don't know. I mean, do you have viewers now? Are you able? I don't know how this stuff works, but are you able to see if you have viewers?
Right. I have about 120 people watching right now, and these people will stick around.
Oh.
Because the one thing I will tell everybody when I talked to Doreen last week or earlier this week, I don't even know where I am. It was earlier this week. She is a little bit concerned because some people have looked at her like she's crazy because of some of the things that, she claims are going on when it comes to her son's conviction. And I was like, oh, you don't know your audience here. Like, we will get it. Nobody here is going to think you're crazy. Everybody's going to be nodding their head going, uh-huh, yep.
These things actually go on here in America. I mean, they hide evidence. They fabricate evidence. They fabricate evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And threaten witnesses to testify. Brooklyn is crazy. I didn't even know that this stuff happens until it happened to us.
Right. And I think that's the case with most people. They don't know. And a lot of people don't get involved until it's happened to them. So it's hard to make anything change. And we'll get to that too at the end. But
I was so naive. I thought, if somebody got convicted, then they must be guilty.
Right.
I didn't have a clue, and to find out that it's really, truly only about the win. I mean, of course, we have some good prosecutors. Of course, we have some good detectives. But it's almost as if they tag team to get this guy, this so-called bad guy. And then they figure, I said to myself, Tracy, how do they sleep at night when they know that they are manipulating the evidence and coercing? How do they sleep? And
Right.
I think for some of them that they figure, well, you know, he must have did something bad. He was on the bad, you know, track doing bad things. So what if he didn't do this particular crime? Let's put him away and get him off the streets. I mean, I think that's their mentality. I really am unsure, but I don't get how they could sleep at night knowing they set somebody up. And this is rampant.
Right.
They do it all the time.
There seems to be almost a playbook that they all seem to follow, because you hear these common threads through so many of these wrongful convictions that, you know, it's the same story over and over and over again about, you know, so it's like, I guess, oh, this worked for one person, unethical prosecutor. So then, well, it's going to work for this unethical prosecutor. And it does seem like they're just following a checklist of how to wrongfully convict somebody. But,
you know, it's funny that you say that. I don't mean to cut you off, but
that's okay.
Anna Nicolazzi, the prosecutor in my son's case, she has a formula, because I studied this woman and her formula. She brags constantly on how she had 35 straight wins. She never lost the case.
Right.
Now, we all know that we all can't be winners at all times. I mean, sometimes you just lose, choke it up. But she brags 35 straight wins. So I decided to look into some of her other cases. And it's a formula she uses over and over again. And she doesn't switch it up, maybe just a little bit, because it works. It gets convictions. She pulls at the heartstrings of the juror members. She ridicules the lawyer, the defense counsel. She actually fabricates evidence. She fabricates evidence, and I think in her mind, by the time we unravel, by the time we figure out exactly what she did, 10, 20 years pass. And now she's no longer in that office. And keep in mind, which your audience may know, they have immunity anyway. So
Right.
if they fabricate, lie, cheat, do whatever to get that conviction, they don't have to worry, because nothing's going to happen to them.
Right.
And that is, I mean, that's sad. That is so sad. That's why there's 2.3 million people incarcerated. That's why there's so many wrongful convictions.
Right.
And the shame of it all is that the district attorneys and the judges, it's almost as if they tag team. They're okay with it. And then they dig their heels in. When you come back with a 440, when you come back on an appeal, they dig their heels in. They won't say, okay, the prosecutor screwed up, let me fix this. They don't do that. They dig their heels in and they continue to fight it, no matter how ridiculous they look. And this
Right.
is what happened with John. We keep finding evidence of very serious misconduct in my son's case. This happened in 2003 was the crime in Brooklyn, New York. And in 2005, my son was convicted of felony murder and sent to prison for 25 years to life. All along, early on, Tracy, I kept saying the prosecutor is going to fix it. The prosecutor is going to come to their senses and realize that they made a big mistake. Boy, you're right, a fool.
Mm-hmm.
What is that sound in the background? You hear it?
No, you're kind of fading in and out. I'm not sure why, but is anybody else having an issue hearing a sound in the background? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's my phone you're hearing. I'm not sure. It's vibrating. Could that have been it?
It was more like a hissing sound, but it's gone now.
Okay.
To get back to the point, all along I kept saying they're going to clear this up. They're going to clear this up. What happened is it was Columbus Day weekend, 2003. My husband and I, we went to Florida for a weekend vacation, and we left my son Matthew at 16 years old, and John at 20 home alone. It was a 3-day weekend that turned into a nightmare. Long story short, John went out with some friends, bar hopping in the clubs in Manhattan, and there was a few kids that were stranded. They had no way of getting back to, I believe, Fairfield University. That's where they were from. It was a bunch of college kids. My son at the time was going to John Jay College of Criminal Justice in Manhattan. So the hissing is back, just so you know. And is my voice going in and out?
Yeah, just for a second there. Yeah, I don't know what could be causing it. Did that happen when Sandy was on, everyone? It's definitely my phone vibrating. Yeah, that's what it is. My phone just vibrated again. Let me just turn my phone off. Sorry, everyone. Don't message me right now because I don't know why this is doing this, but let me just turn it off so it's not a pain. Okay.
So anyway, it happened in 2003. And then 2004, my son was arrested along with another young man named Antonio Russo. And they were sent to, they call it holding, it's Rikers Island. And John waited about 8 months, and they were brought to trial. It was election year, and that says a lot. It was election year. It was a very tough year for Charles Hines, who was our district attorney at the time, and he had a tough race. And we do believe that he needed to win this in order to win the election. So anyway, so it was a trial, a dual trial. There was 24 jurors. I'm not sure if your viewers know that, you can have 12 jurors for John and 12 for Antonio Russo. It was the first time I've ever heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway.
Someone asked a question right away, so let me just get these right away back in. I was going to wait, but well, Rhonda said, "Oh, I think I watched something about your son's case. Was there ever anything on TV, news, documentary about your son?" Rhonda, Doreen was actually focused on that episode of 2020. So if you've ever watched 2020, it was called the episode's called Undercover Mother. I believe I've watched it on Hulu. I watched it on Hulu last year, and it's still on there. So if you want to check it out, you can watch it on Hulu. And then I actually did a video on John's case last year. So you probably have heard a lot about this. And I actually meant to post it back in my Facebook group because people wanted to kind of, brush up on the case again, but I forgot. So, but yeah, that's where she has a big article in Vanity Fair, New York Post. She's been a lot of places. She's done a lot of interviews. So she's an expert at this, but yeah, the case has been covered a lot because it's just unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. The New York law.
Oops, the noise is back. I don't know what to tell you guys.
I believe it. Can you shut off the phone?
I did turn off my phone. I have no idea what the noise is. I can put on my headphones. Maybe that'll help. I can try. We can see.
It sounds like a hissing.
And then somebody asked, EJG, you asked about conviction. Conviction integrity units. We will get to that. That is actually a story in itself right there with this case. So
yeah, we have been fighting this for 15 years, Tracy. So, I mean, there's so many legs and so many layers. And I mean, I would need 6 months on this show to explain all the layers. But anyway, my son's name is John Giuca, and that's Giuca. So right from the very beginning, when the jurors came back with a guilty verdict within 2 hours on no evidence, it was a he said, she said. There was no forensic, there was no eyewitness, there was no confession, nothing of the sort, nothing. And I couldn't believe that they came back with guilty when there was absolutely no evidence. It was so frustrating. And then, like I said, many, many layers. So fast forward the clock. Yeah, I decided to find out what happened behind the scenes. Why did they come up with a guilty verdict when there was absolutely no evidence? And even the prosecutor in her opening, she had told the jurors, this is not a case of DNA. This is not, there is no eyewitnesses. There is no forensic evidence. This is a trial on testimony only. So as years go by, everyone but one person, everyone that testified against my son recanted. They all recanted, and they said they lied, and they said why they lied. So now you understand why they came back with a guilty verdict. Because they were lied to. They were lied to. The judge was lied to. They were all lied to. So I went undercover. I changed my appearance. I transformed myself because I wanted to get close to the jurors to find out what went on. But at first, I hired a private investigator. And the private investigator knocked on several of their doors to ask them questions like, what made you come back with a guilty verdict on testimony only? And he didn't have any luck at all, Tracy. They weren't opening the doors. Some slammed the doors. Some did say a few things to him and said, well, you know, he looked guilty. It was like, it was bad. So that's why I decided, because I was wasting a lot of money on hiring private investigators. So I figured I'll do it myself.
This is why you're forced to be reckoned with. Yes, because it is gutsy. I mean, it's not just oh, hi Eric. I know. Okay, I didn't know that was you. Okay, yeah, it's not, it's gutsy. It was dangerous. You know, yeah, for sure. It was completely disruptive to your
Family.
marriage. Yeah, and the rest of your family. It was you laid it all on the line to get this information. So what happened once you did that?
Well, I got some incredible information. First, let me tell your viewers that this wasn't easy. This was very, very difficult, but I knew that I had to do it because the private investigators weren't having any luck. And what do? Nothing? And let my son rot in prison for 25 years? So I really felt like I had no choice. But then I couldn't go knocking on the doors because I'm the defendant's mother. For sure, they were going to slam the door in my face. So then I came up with the idea that I will change my appearance. And it kind of escalated from there. I happened to target this one particular juror because I already found out that he should not have been on that jury, because there was a rumor that he knew my son, knew my son's friends, that this juror, his juror number 8, his cousin dated one of my son's friends. And as we all know, that before you are selected to be a juror member, you take a questionnaire and they ask you those questions. Do you know anybody on the witness list? Do you know the defendant? And he lied. He lied so that he could sneak onto that jury and convict my son. Now, I didn't know why at the very beginning, but when I decided to change my appearance and hope to God that he does not recognize me, that I could get close to him and start asking him questions. But it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually, like, I found out so much more than I anticipated. So much more. I found out that's when I found out his cousin dated one of John's friends. And I also found out, Tracy, this is still very upsetting to me because we still didn't get a fair trial. So, yeah, he told me that he didn't like John because he believed John to be Jewish and that he hated Jews. Now, previously, he has been telling me all about the Jewish people and how they are, and he was extremely prejudiced. So, are you still there? You can still see me?
Yep.
So, he goes on and on about the Jewish this and Jewish that, and I had to just stuff it down into my gut and smile and laugh because I didn't want to call him on anything. I wanted him to like me. So I was very agreeable. Anyway, he told me that he believed John to be Jewish and he hated Jews and he had a right to hate Jews. And I said, what makes you think he's a Jew? And he said his last name. His last name is Juka. Juka, John Juka. And once I realized what I was dealing with, I was so disgusted. It took me a few days to recuperate from it. But yes, I went undercover. I rented an apartment. I invited him over. I fed him.
Well, and let's be clear, John is not Jewish. So he was
he's not
wrong.
Jewish, but
right.
Regardless,
right.
He even said to me, I said, but what was the evidence? This was a different day. Because he loved talking about the case. It was like the highlight of his life was being on this high profile case. It was a very high profile case even before I went undercover. It was very big. So he actually said these words, it was meant to be, it was in the stars for him to be on this jury because he knew John's friends and how they were. So he didn't like John's friends, so he took it out on John. He had told me that John's friends from Bensonhurst in Brooklyn picked on his little brother. Several times used to pick on his brother. So I feel like he never stood up for his little brother being picked on by these kids that were also, his name is Jason Allo. They were Jason Allo's friends. So John and Jason had mutual friends. So if you're judging my son for having these particular friends, they were your friends too. And he didn't stand up to them to protect his little brother. And he had the opportunity to take it out on my son, and he took it because I said to him, so Jason, what was the evidence? I want to know what's the evidence that was against this kid. And he said, there was none. The kid was a Jew, and I hate Jews. That's when he said that. So there was no, it was a he said, she said trial. And for 15 years, I have been begging our district attorney, our current district attorney, Eric Gonzalez, for a fair trial. That's all I want is a fair trial. We already know 4 witnesses lied in court. They lied to the jury. So don't we get a fair trial? Because that's why we had this juror number 8 who hated John for being Jewish. We have 4 recantations, and the most egregious evidence that we have is the prosecutor hid evidence from the jury, hid evidence from the defense, the judge, and the jury. And that's why we got a reversal in 2018, a reversal of the conviction.
And it was the intermediary court. So it was your appellate court that actually overturned the conviction, but then it was your court of appeals, which is our Supreme Court. It's the highest court that reinstated the conviction, which normally they wouldn't even take a case like that.
It's fishy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because we learned from Brendan's case. Brendan's conviction was overturned by the 7th Circuit, and they had an en banc review, and that's where he lost. And he appealed to the Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court, and they wouldn't take the case because that's not usually a case that you would take. A fact-based case is not something that any high court usually will take. So it's very interesting. It's usually only if it's something that's going to be change existing law or something like that. That's usually the only time they take cases. So it really surprised me from a legal standpoint, which is what I always talk about. It always surprised me from that point of view that they would even take that case, let alone reinstate that conviction. It didn't really make a lot of sense.
And don't forget, in the Court of Appeals, the Second Department, it was a unanimous decision. All the judges on the panel said, reverse this conviction based on prosecutorial misconduct. Now, explain to your viewers what exactly that prosecutorial misconduct was.
Well, Anna Nicolazzi, who went on to actually get her own TV show, which really pisses me off. It really does.
She is an actress, and if you really think about it, the courtroom is a stage. It's a performance. So it kind of fits with her personality.
Well, this is something that we're a little bit familiar with because we've dealt with jailhouse snitches in Steve's case before. And yeah, their testimony is ridiculous. But there was a jail.
Liars.
That what?
Jailhouse liars.
Jailhouse liars, yeah. This jailhouse snitch, who was named John Avito, he testified that John Juca confessed to him in prison. And he also testified that he was not getting any consideration for his testimony, meaning they didn't offer him anything and he was just doing the right thing. He just wanted to testify and do the right thing, you know, like all jailhouse snitches. They just want to do the right thing. This is so insane because it's not just a matter of thinking something happened or believing something happened. There is documented proof that this prosecutor, the same prosecutor who was prosecuting the case, actually, okay, here, let me back up a little bit. John Avito was supposed to be doing a drug program. Okay, he was supposed to be taking a drug program as part of a probation or whatever he was on. He didn't show up for it. They swore out a bench warrant for him. Okay, so he got put in front of the judge, and this prosecutor, the same one prosecuting the case, Anna Nicolazzi, yes, she actually showed up at court for his hearing on this bench warrant. And she told the judge that he was assisting them in a criminal case. So she basically went to bat for him and said, like, can you cut him a break, cut him some slack because he's helping us out.
That's the benefit.
Right. That is the benefit. So, and she actually went into court, and it's documented that she went in and did this. So it's not like she can say, I didn't know about that, or I didn't, like I didn't do that. And then, so to make it worse, she knowingly lied to the jury. Not only did she allow him to lie, then she lied to the jury because she said he is not getting anything for his testimony. He should be the only one that you should believe because he's getting nothing for this testimony.
Can I cut you up for a second?
Yeah, go ahead. This is your story. I was just talking the legal part of it that just disgusted me.
He absconded from his drug program, and the judge had said when she told him he needed to go there and get his head straight, that if you screw up one more time, you're going to be facing 3.5 to 7 years in prison. I'm not going to give you no more chances. So he absconded, got high, knew he screwed up, and then called the detective who brought him to the district attorney because he knew now he was facing 3.5 to 7. And he said, I was in Rikers Island with John Juca, and John Juca confessed to me. So she did go to bat for him. He didn't do the 3.5 to 7. Instead, he went home. She had a conversation with the Judge Parker, off the bench conversation. And like I said, the judge said, apparently we're giving you another chance. So he went home instead. So, all along during trial, we knew he was lying. And give credit to his trial attorney at that time. He knew he was lying, but he didn't have the proof of it. And he kept saying, this guy is sitting up here. He should be coming out from the back, meaning with handcuffs on. He should be in prison. Why is this man up on the stand saying that John confessed? Something's not right here. And he said it. And then Nicolazzi ridiculed him in front of the jury. She called him a clown. And she said, the defense would like you to believe that this guy is, it's not verbatim, but she said that this guy, John Avito, is not telling the truth. Guess what? He wasn't telling the truth.
Right. He recanted later.
Yeah. To his credit also, he cleaned up his act. And I'm not sure of the year. I think it was 2013 or 14. He came clean. We had a hearing on this newfound evidence. He cried. He was really, really upset about lying. And he said, I lied. And he said, with all cameras on him, he looked at John. John couldn't take it. He was so devastated. And John Avito said, and I'm sorry, John, I'm sorry, but I benefited. I can't even talk about that without crying, because John is saying, I'm doing life in prison based on your lies. But he said to the judge, he said, I was scared to go to prison. I was facing 3.5 to 7 years. I was scared. On top of that, he had a drug habit. Who wants to go to prison on a drug habit? And Nicolazzi lied. If she would have told the jury that he is benefiting for, this testimony and he's getting a deal, then we wouldn't have had an issue. So the judge denied us. Judge Danny Chun, he said that John Oviedo's testimony was laughable. His confession that he lied in 2005, it was laughable. So then we appealed that, and the judges agreed with us. They said Nicolazzi should have turned over that information. It was for the jury to decide whether Oviedo is lying or not. It wasn't for her to gatekeep the evidence. She should have turned it over and let them decide.
Gee, does that sound familiar to everybody? About the whole gatekeeping the evidence? We've dealt with so much of that in this case. It's ridiculous. And this isn't even the only thing, she did. One of the things we talk about in Stephen Brendan's case is that she, like the prosecutor changed his theories from Steve's case to Brendan's case, like two completely different theories of the crime. Nicolazzi, she changed the theory of the case in the middle of the trial. She presented two different theories, completely different theories to the jury. So it's like, it's one thing to say you presented two different cases and two different theories in two separate trials. This was in the same trial. At one time it was, he's this wannabe mobster, and that he, wanted someone to make his bones or whatever. So he ordered this hit on this kid, and then the other thing was about sitting on it, because he got mad at him for sitting on a glass table.
I don't know if it was a glass table, but the coffee table is wooden. But yeah, supposedly John got upset because he sat on a table. John didn't even know what they were talking about. It turned out that his friend Tommy had said to him, hey, that's not a chair, that's a table. And he didn't even he was like, wait a minute, Tommy, this is at the party, if you want to call it a party. And I hope your viewers understand that they came to my house because they were stranded in Manhattan in 2003. They were all bar hopping, and Mark Fisher and his friends, they got stranded. So John said, my mother and father are not home, come to my house. Right. So it was an impromptu get together. And yeah, supposedly he got mad for sitting on the table and had him killed because of that. And in addition, it's supposedly John liked the same girl Mark Fisher liked, and it just gets so convoluted.
And Mark and John did not know each other. We should probably cover that. Mark met John because of a mutual friend that Mark was with. And so she was going to John, so they went to John's. And the only thing tying John to the crime at all is the fact that John had given Mark a blanket because he was going to crash there. And when Mark left, he was found like 40 minutes later. He was shot 5 times, and he had the blanket still. And that is literally the only thing tying John to this case at all. There's no physical evidence at all tying him to this case. None, not a single shred of it. And the person whose house he was found across from happened to be the original suspect, and he just happens to be Albert Cleary. He just happens to be the one witness that didn't recant because it wasn't his best interest. But this is where it gets really crazy. You can tell this part if you want. I know it's really convoluted, but if you want to just try to give an overview of who his mother was and how that worked.
Let's let them understand that at about 6:30 in the morning, Albert and Angel DiPietro left my house to go to Albert's house to sleep or to fool around or whatever they do at 6:30 in the morning. And Mark Fisher had left. The blanket was a throw blanket on the back of my chair, and he had it over his shoulders when he was leaving. He wanted Angel DiPietro because that was his friend. They went to college together. They went to college to Fairfield University, and that's who he was going to get so he could so he could go back to college. And the body was found 50 feet from Albert Cleary's window. But it took years to unravel what happened, and we may never know everything. However, the tabloids did say that Mark Fisher was wrapped in a blanket and thrown like garbage. They also said early on that he had gotten shot here at my house and dragged and thrown on Argyle Road. I'm on Stratford Road. The body was on Argyle Road. There was I'm not sure if 9, 10, or 11 911 calls came in, and they all stated, and the 911 calls came in on Argyle Road, saying they heard 5 gunshots. So if he was killed in my house, why didn't the phone calls come from my neighbors? They came from Albert Cleary's neighbors. It just gets crazier and crazier.
I wish I could show my screen, because I wish I could show that graphic that you have on the website, on John's website, because it shows like how many 911 calls there were, and how all the houses that are around where he was found, they all not only heard it, they called 911, and yet the only house that claims they didn't hear anything was whose house? Albert Cleary's house. He's the only one that, no, we didn't hear anything. Where everybody else on that entire block heard what happened.
And there was a family that said they heard a guy and a girl arguing right before the 5 gunshots. Who's the guy and girl that was arguing? And the only people that left this house was Albert Cleary and Angel DiPietro. Now, keep in mind, they were never indicted, never brought to trial, never. The one that was brought to trial was Antonio Russo. Okay, now this story is, can I have 3 or 4 hours, please?
I know, it is so complex. It's crazy.
Look, we do believe Antonio Russo is the murderer. I do believe that. He confessed. He confessed twice. Now, just so your viewers understand, we are going back to court again. The very first time that John got the reversal on prosecutorial misconduct because of John Avito, it was reinstated based on this. It was reinstated because the judge said, the chief judge said, that even though we do admit that there was serious misconduct in John's trial, we're going to reinstate it because there was overwhelming evidence against him. Overwhelming evidence.
Right, because they basically said that there was no prejudice, that the verdict would have been the same even if they had disclosed this information from the attorney about the stuff with the snitch. Right, that's basically what the highest court said. They said that they reinstated the conviction because they don't think that it would have changed the verdict even if that had been disclosed. Correct.
They said it was harmless error.
Right.
Harmless error, harmless error, harmless error. I'm saying, how could this be harmless when, first of all, John is innocent? Second of all, there was no evidence. Tell me what this evidence is. And in their decision, they say the blankets. Okay? Common sense. He left with the blanket. That doesn't make anybody guilty of anything. He left with the blanket. The tabloid said he was wrapped in the blanket, when in fact, if you see the pictures, the blanket was at his feet. So it fell. He probably was fist fighting, and it fell. In addition, John said from the very beginning, yeah, that's my blanket. I let him have it. It was drizzling that morning. He did not have a jacket. John took these kids in because they had no place to go. And the second thing was the gun, okay? There was a guy who testified and said that John said for him to get rid of the gun, okay? The guy recanted. He said he lied, that Nicolazzi threatened him. If he doesn't say X, Y, and Z, they were going to take his little daughter off of him because he had 2 violations, drinking and driving. And we will take your daughter off of you if you don't say X, Y, and Z. So he recanted. He came clean. So the evidence that they said the Court of Appeals was overwhelming evidence was flimsy.
Right.
So
because the
now,
other recantations were all, those witnesses were leveraged as well. Because they were leveraged because Lauren, is it Lauren?
Lauren
Her
Kelsey,
father's, yeah, her father was in prison, and they basically threatened her to make her father's life more difficult or whatever they threatened her with if she didn't testify. And she was John's girlfriend, correct? At the time?
Yes, it was a rocky relationship. They've been together for about 5 years. Like when he was 15, they were, childhood sweethearts, and things were getting a little rocky. I really feel for Lauren. I feel really bad. They put her through hell. They were interrogating her over and over again. She was like 19 years old. And she went through a lot, and then she finally cracked and said, I will say what you want me to say. We received an affidavit from her, and it just breaks my heart what they've done to her. Nicolazzi too. Nicolazzi and a detective. They said to her over and over again, they brought her in. But on this particular day, when she finally threw up her hands and said, all right, I'll do it. The detective, the way she describes it, the detective took his chair, dragged it, and got up in her face and said, listen to me, Lauren, this will all go away if you just say John said he gave the co-defendant, Antonio Russo, the gun. What they were trying to say was, if one person gets up on the stand and says John gave him the gun, and then he went and committed this crime, and then another one says John got rid of the gun, the jury's going to come back with guilty based on all lies. She said, but John didn't say that to me. John didn't say it. John didn't say it. They said, you know what, the detective, you know what, Lauren? It's not like you're saying that John said he killed the kid. All you're saying is that he gave him the gun. What's the big deal? And you'll be out from under this. Your father will have an easy time. We will not reveal this very personal information about you to your dad. That's another story, what they did to this poor woman. And she said, okay, I'll say it. And it took her about 13 years to come forward with the help of her husband. She got married. She had a baby. She lived her life. She said she didn't think in a million years by her saying, John said he gave him the gun, that John would get life in prison. She said she was devastated that that was the sentence to felony murder.
And so, Angel DiPietro, she didn't recant, but where did she end up working afterward?
The district attorney's office.
Any guesses? She was a witness that testified. She was the one that left with Albert Cleary, the house, and they heard of a female. So what other female could it have been? Probably her. She changed her story over and over again. She gave like 6 different statements. None of them matched. And then she testified in court basically to alibi Albert Cleary. Essentially, it was the only reason she testified was so they could make sure that he looked innocent. And after the trial, later on, she ended up working for that very same prosecutor's office as ADA, a prosecutor.
Now, with all of this said, you have to keep in mind, also I wanted a fair trial for my son.
Right.
If I have a fair trial and we present all this evidence, the jury's coming back with not guilty. Not guilty. If you get people telling the truth and not lies, lie after lie, and it's always because there's leverage over their head, threats over their head. And
right.
Who's doing all that? That's Nicolazzi, Anna-Sigga Nicolazzi. If she did that to my son, you know damn well she did it to others. And, recently she lectured at Harvard University. And I said, do they know what she is capable of? What it is she's young, she's pretty, she's in physical shape, and she's well-spoken, and people are fooled by her. They are truly fooled by her. She will do whatever it takes. I do need to back up a little bit and tell your audience exactly what they did to Lauren. Lauren and John were in love, and they wrote love letters to each other. And to this day, I don't know how Anna Signicolazzi got hold of one of Lauren Calciano's letters. And Lauren Calciano talks about how she had an abortion from my son. Maybe she was 17, maybe 18, I don't know. And Anna Signicolazzi threatens Lauren with exposing this very personal information to her father. Tracy, to her father.
Sorry, what, honey? No, why? Sorry, my husband just had in. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Hi, husband.
He walked out again.
Oh, so here you have this young girl who would be mortified to, for her father to find out this information. She wanted to get married in a Catholic church with the white dress. Her father adores her. She did not want to disappoint her father. Lauren doesn't find the strength to come forward until she's all grown up, married, and has her own baby. And I tried to put myself in her shoes. Yeah, this prosecutor, 40 years old, bullied a 19-year-old, knew exactly what to do to have her humiliated. And that's the reason why she threw up her hands and agreed with the detective to just say, okay, I'll just say he gave him the gun, knowing it's a lie. When she came forward, I was beyond devastated. And I knew what they did to her. We haven't spoken. I haven't spoken to her in 15 years, but it took guts. But she had to grow up and she had to be brave. And her husband supported her. So, these are her words. She said, my husband supported me. And did that get John out?
No.
Tracy? No.
We need to back up a little bit, though, because we never really finished talking about what happened when you got Jason Allo to admit that he had essentially committed juror misconduct. That he said, because he said himself, I should never have been on that trial. It was illegal for me to be on that trial. And somebody asked earlier, and I did say, yes, she did get him on tape. She got him recorded saying this. So what happened when you tried to present that to the court?
Oh, wow. Okay. Audience, they're going to be shocked. This is the American justice system. So I have all the tapes and I bring them to John's lawyer, his appeal lawyer. And I told him what I did. The lawyer had to take a seat. He couldn't believe what I did. He was like, oh my God. And he goes, I have to go over all the tapes. We have to have them transcribed. I have to write a motion. I have to submit the motion. So this took time. In the meantime, it leaked I believe from his office. And that's how Vanity Fair got the story. And he calls me up. He was blowing a fit. And I was like, I was going in court anyway. So it gets crazy. So we have the hearing. We have our big day. And I figured this is it. The judge is going to feel duped. The judge is going to be pissed off at the juror for lying to sneak. It was a corrupt jury. It's time for a do-over. Nope. You know what happened?
Well, I know, but
he denied us a hearing. He didn't even hold a hearing. He called a press conference. A press conference instead of us giving us our hearing, because then we would have been able to subpoena Jason Allo, the juror number 8, and ask him these questions. We could have called his cousin and asked, did you hate Jews? Should you have been on the jury? Did you lie on the questionnaire? No, we didn't even have that opportunity. We were totally robbed. And the judge, Judge Alan Maris, instead of holding the hearing, he said he should call upon the legislators to create a law against people like Doreen Giuliano. How dare you go undercover? He said he was going to call upon the legislators. So my lawyer at the time said, Your Honor, with all due respect, we actually have a law, and it's called contempt of court and perjury, and the juror is the one who committed it. Well, that didn't go over very well.
And the judge essentially accused you of misconduct.
Yep.
Right? He said there was misconduct here on the part of
Correct.
you.
Correct. Now, I exposed the truth. Okay. So now isn't the duty of the courts to be truth seekers? They got to be truth seekers and find out if this is the truth or not just bury everything. Find out who's the liar here. And we didn't even get, there's more than over and over again. I'm so frustrated over and over again. John did not get a fair trial. No. And that's all I'm asking. I'm asking Eric Gonzalez, Danny Chun, give John a fair trial. Everybody knows he didn't get a fair trial. And this could happen to anyone. We expose the corruption and instead you bury it. Why? Is this going to open up a can of worms for her 34 straight wins, 35 counting my son? It's going to open up a can of worms on all these cases that she says that she won. She never lost the case.
And I added to the ticker what you asked me to tell everyone down at the bottom. To say that you were asking people to write the judge. That's not something that I actually ever encourage people to do, but if that's what you wanted that, so that's why we put it up there.
Well, I think, if they do feel compelled, it would be nice to ask the judge to give John a fair trial. I am begging for a fair trial. I believe Eric Gonzalez should insist that John have a fair trial. I have to give him some credit right now, okay? Because why we are back in court once again is because there was a second jailhouse informant. And this jailhouse informant back in 2005 had bumped into John's co-defendant, Antonio Russo. Now, Antonio Russo was one of the people here at the party. We do believe that he robbed and killed Mark Fisher.
Right.
And we believe that because he confessed to that twice. Two times.
And immediately after, like 7 a.m. in the morning, he went to a friend's house and cut off his dreadlocks, which supposedly he'd had for a long time and was very proud of. And then he hightailed it to California. So there's something that doesn't scream guilt. That would be it.
That's right. And you know what? John was drunk that morning. He went to sleep. So it gets crazy. So Eric Gonzalez, his platform is reform. But yet he dug his heels in and continues to fight us on John's wrongful conviction. He appealed the second department when we got the full panel to say John did not get a fair trial, and they threw it out on prosecutorial misconduct. He appealed that decision. He's digging his heels in. He knows. Come on, Eric, you know John didn't get a fair trial. All of Brooklyn knows he didn't get a fair trial. So, 2018, I think it was, we were preparing for a new trial. John's lawyer, Mark Betterer, who I think is fantastic. He's a hard worker. He's brilliant. And he doesn't stop. He believes in John's innocence, and he just goes at it like a bulldog. So he wanted all of the evidence that's sitting in Eric Gonzalez's office so that we could prepare for trial. In the meantime, the Court of Appeals reinstated the conviction. but we do get boxes and boxes of evidence. And as Mark Federal rummages through the evidence, he finds a tape recording that was never given to us, never given to the defense, never given to Russo's counselor. And as he listens to the tape, it is a second jailhouse informant named Joseph Ingram. And Joseph Ingram is telling Nicolosi on the tape recording that Russo confessed to him while they were in Rikers in 2005. We never knew about this tape. Nothing. We knew zero. So I lost you here for a second. I don't know why.
Do you see me?
Yes. Okay. So we're like flipping out, and the Court of Appeals doesn't know about this. So he asked the Court of Appeals. This is right. We get the boxes, and they are deciding what to do. So he asked if he could bring back this motion and include this additional information, and they said no. And then in the meantime, they denied it. So Mark Federal is saying, well, we're just going to go back in with another motion. 44010 motion is what they call them, on a Brady violation. And you can explain what a Brady is.
Everybody knows.
Oh,
everyone here knows. Yeah.
Okay. So another Brady violation. But I have to give credit to Eric Gonzalez's office, because they are the ones who turned over this Brady information. And we are back in court with it. And like I said, I am begging them to give John a fair trial. 15 long years. And right now, Tracy, we're dealing with the coronavirus. Mm-hmm. So, I'm not sleeping at night, worried sick about him.
What is the situation in his prison right now with that?
Right now, it's not in there, but I'm told it's a matter of time before it gets in there.
And he's no longer in Rikers, though, right? He's somewhere else now. He's not in Rikers anymore.
Well, Rikers is considered holding, and he was there for about a year.
Okay.
Because we were waiting for trial, we got the reversal. Once you get the reversal, you should not be upstate in maximum security prison. They bring you down to holding.
Okay.
And he was there for a year, and then they reinstated it. He was sick to his stomach, and they brought him back up. So yeah, so he's in Coxsackie prison, and it's a crazy, crazy world we live in. You can't have alcohol to clean your cell. You can't have gloves. You got the phone that you're calling home, and there's germs on the phone. You can't have a mask. My friend Kathy Cole just recently gave me 120 masks. So John asked the captain if I could send them in, and they're for everybody. I know there's a lot. We don't have 3,000, and I wish I did, but John is more than happy to give them to the correction officers and some of the inmates. And so we're waiting for that answer. I mean, they should help us protect them. They can't have any disinfectants. They can't. So they're vulnerable. They're vulnerable. And let's just keep our fingers crossed that these masks are allowed in. They're paper masks.
I want to cover one thing really quick, and then people have questions, so I want to get to the questions too. Okay. Now, we did mention conviction review units and conviction integrity units, those things. So what happened with that, with John's case in the conviction review unit?
Okay, so that was many years ago. We Mark Federal put John's case before them because they're supposed to review the case and decide or recommend whether it should be reversed. And they recommended that it not be reversed. And then there is an independent panel that they write the letter of recommendation to the independent panel, so they're not accused of misconduct, and we are allowed to write a letter. Now, John's conviction consists of mountain high information. We were allowed one letter to convince them that it should be reversed. we have no idea what they submitted to the independent panel. Not until years later do we find out that independent panel, the lawyers that are on that independent panel donate money to our district attorney. That's one thing. There was 5 lawyers, ADAs, on the conviction review unit, and those very same lawyers were the lawyers who worked on my son's case in 2005. So how are they impartial? They were reviewing themselves, whether they committed any erroneous, activity, mistakes. So they were reviewing themselves. And in addition, Nicolazzi, they were reviewing Anna Sigga Nicolazzi, who they worked with for 20 years. So really, there's no fairness. It's,
And then one more thing, because you told me there was a story, the Christmas tree. What is the story about the Christmas tree?
Oh, the Christmas tree still, it's behind me. I chose this seat so that I can tell the story. John got arrested right before Christmas. He was on his way home. It was about 11 o'clock at night. He did some Christmas shopping. That was in 2004. I believe December 21st or 22nd. And we do have a lot of Jewish friends. So he had some Hanukkah gifts and some Christmas gifts, and he never made it in the door. The cops grabbed him right outside my house, and they took the gifts. And so it breaks my heart. I'm stubborn. I said, my John is going to come home someday, and he's going to decorate this tree. I'm never going to take this tree down. My son, John, and Matthew are decorating this tree. So it stands here bare, and I got to have hope. If I take this tree down, Tracy, I'm going to feel like I lost. I gave up. I didn't have hope. I just can't take this tree down. I can't.
No, that's understandable. Completely understandable.
In the middle of July, if somebody comes to my house, they're like, what is this tree doing there? It's not laziness, people. It's hope. That's what this is. It's hope.
And you have to have that. You have to keep that. That's very important.
A fair trial, okay? That's all we ask for. If we get our fair trial, John will come home. Because there's
absolutely
no evidence against him. Nothing points to him. And the real killer confessed. I have no idea what Angel DiPietro and Albert Cleary did. I believe in my heart that they witnessed it. There's more to that story. But I have no idea what they did. We have a man here that says he followed him, he was robbing him, and he shot him, and he said John had nothing to do with this.
Okay, so we have just a few really quick questions. We have like 3 minutes. So let me see what they are here. First was, are there trial transcripts online anywhere?
Well, the trial transcripts, online, probably not. I had to buy them. They cost me a few $1,000s. But the trial transcript is filled with lies. The Court of Appeals based their decision on the trial transcript. But those people confessed and said, I lied during trial. So if you read it, you're going to say, oh, John gave the gun. John got rid of the gun. What did John Avito say? John Avito said John confessed. So you're reading this, and it's all false. It's all false. So they're not online, but I could get them to anybody who wants. What you have to read is those affidavits, those recantations.
And those are online. Those are on the website, correct?
Yeah. The website isn't that good. I need help.
But I saw Lauren's, I think, was on there.
Thank God. Right.
Yeah. What about the 911 calls? Have the 911 calls ever been released?
Probably not. I never heard them, but I know about them. I got to see the sheet, and the sheet says all the addresses of who called and what they said. But the audio I never heard. But I did get to read all the different 911 calls.
Okay. And then the last question was, can we ask if John would like to receive any letters and or cards from people?
Oh, he would love it. He would, especially now when they're in lockdown and he's not allowed any visitors and he's got to just stay in his cell. It's hard. It's like, really, it's solitary confinement. They do let them out for an hour a day, and they let them out for phone calls, but the phone calls are only 8 minutes. So if he was to receive cards and letters, oh yeah, that's brings up his spirit. Thank
Then
you.
do you want to give out his address right now? You were supposed to give it to me ahead of time and you never did. So
Or can you put it on your website?
I can. Yeah, I can put it in the Facebook group when later on. That's
And you
fine. Just get it to me.
You need his DIN number. So it's John Juka 06A1170 at Coxsackie Correctional Facility in Coxsackie, New York. But
Okay.
so as soon as you Google that, they'll find it.
Okay. I'll have to go back and get this from there if my mods weren't able to write it down yet. But okay, that's great. Well, I really loved having you on, and I'm actually going to add Ricky right now since he's waiting so patiently backstage. I didn't know if you wanted to come on or just wait backstage and listen and kind of lurk back there. So, but you could hear everything. You could hear everything, right?
Yeah, I did. I heard everything well. Hey, how are you? Very passionate. Love her energy. Love what you're doing. Love what you stand for. She really serving as an example for other families who feel hopeless, who feel distraught, and they either go in fight or flight mode. And you are a fighter, and everybody is seeing that. And I really love that. So.
And how long were you incarcerated, Ricky? How long were you in prison?
23 years myself. 23 years and 3 months. I've only been home 8 months now. And so my heart goes out to her when she tells the story. I know the legal impediments, the hurdles, the niggling on the part of the state, these petty technicalities when the evidence is right before you. Clearly the man is innocent. I know what it's like. I just come home 8 months ago and barely survived that petty, unethical, unnecessary fighting that the state does when the truth finally comes out. It's hard to hear your story. My hearts and prayers goes out to you.
Same to you. Same to you. Yeah, their knee-jerk reaction is deny, deny, deny. And it makes no sense. It's like totally ridiculous, their decisions. They just like they side with the prosecutors. They don't care. And that's the American justice system. They don't care. And that's the bottom line.
Yeah, the injustice system, as I like to call it. But Doreen, if you ever are feeling down, give Ricky a call because he is so full of positivity. Like anytime you feel like you're giving up, call Ricky because he found his calling. I mean, like it's hard to believe that he was in prison for so long because he's so well spoken and he's so positive and he's so inspirational that this whole public speaking and advocacy thing is really his calling. I mean, it really was. I don't know what you wouldn't have done if you hadn't been wrongfully convicted, but you know, things happen for a reason, I guess.
Yeah,
because
I agree, Tracy. I agree.
Yeah, he is. It's amazing.
And she's right. Feel free to reach out, and if you ever need some type of help or some type of push, I'm all for advocacy and showing support. Even before I came home, my lawyers was fighting for my case or for my cause, and I had already began preparing my mind to start fighting for other people's cause. Right before COVID-19 really slammed our region here in Missouri, I was up testifying before lawmakers at our state capitol about these issues right here. So I'm very serious about moving the proverbial needle when it comes to this injustice system, and whatever I can do to lend my voice and support, please reach out and let me know.
I'll get her your information so that if she ever wants to reach out. Doreen, it was phenomenal having you on. Thank you so much. And you are welcome to come on anytime. You want to talk more? You just give me a message and I will have you on right then, anytime you want. Okay.
Fair trial. May 28th is John's hearing. Fair trial.
Remind me if you can, or I'll try to remember. Oh my gosh, I'll have to put that in my calendar. But you'll update, right, in your Facebook page then, or John's Facebook page?
I will.
Okay, so I know what's going on. All right, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
How do I lose hope?
I won't.
Don't lose hope.
I got the tree.
Okay. Good night.
The tree of hope.
the Tree of Hope. And you're welcome to hang around in backstage if you want. It's
I
up
don't
to
know.
you. I
How
can
do
just
I
remove you. Here, I can just remove you from the stream there, but now you can still see and hear if you want. But
Can you text this start, please?
you can also leave the studio if you like. You don't have to stick around, but you are welcome to listen to Ricky's story if you like.
Her name, his name, remember? Yes.
Sorry, Ricky, I ran a little bit over there.
Oh,
but
no problem. Very interesting lady. And again, my heart goes out to her and her family because I know it gets tired. And it feels like that's what they're doing, trying to tire you out, trying to wear you out. But you can't. You can't give up. You can't take down the tree. You can't turn off the light. You can't give up the fight until John comes home. So I connect with her spirit. And again, my heart goes out to her and her family.
So before we get started, somebody asked a question about how much we've raised here this weekend. And I said it in the beginning of the program, but I want to mention it again for those who came in. Both of the guys, we have received notice that both of the guys' canteens are full. They've reached the daily limit, and the daily limit's $2,900 a day for both of them. So that makes it seem like we've raised about $6,000 or whatever, so far in one day, really. So for their canteens, and that's amazing, and I hope that's correct. I don't know why else they would say that they've reached the max limit for today if they didn't. Obviously, it's going right to their canteen, so we have no way of knowing for sure. But hey, that can't be a bad thing if they've reached their limit for the day. So if you still want to donate, you can try again tomorrow, and you can start all over again. So we're really excited. We made $6,000 for the entire weekend last year. And this way, it looks like we might have topped that in one day. So that is just amazing. And I thank you again to everybody who's donated. All right. So, Ricky, you didn't put your name up. Anyway, we'll figure out who you did. Your name. Why is it your name show? Probably because I have.
I did.
I don't know. My name's not up either. Why is that up? Why did I lose those? Did I screw something up? I might have done something because my name was up there before and it's not anymore. I don't know. You're fine.
Number DLC next to his name.
I must have hit something. Somebody will tell me if I hit something. I don't know what I did. Okay, so anyway, so this is
showing on mine. So.
Oh, it is. Okay. Well, now I really just hit things I shouldn't have. Why isn't it showing for me anymore? That's so weird. This is just new for me to use. Did you look into this program at all? I know you were going to take a look at it. The StreamYard. You were going to look into that a little bit.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. I'm sorry, I was looking at my phone trying to text you Lamar information, but absolutely. Thank you first of all for your kind words and encouragement, because it really encourages me and it reminds me that I am walking in my purpose. I am walking in my calling. This really kind of grew on me and fast. So I worked to establish Ricky Kid 23 to Free, my own YouTube channel. And I wanted to make sure that I'm putting out content, positive content related to my platform of resilience, but also just really the beginning of me making my voice known. So people have said to me, Ricky, you're like a lion. I said, well, wait till they hear me roar. Because that's what I want to do. I want to be able to roar, have people to hear my voice. I'm saying positive stuff. I'm saying the right stuff. I'm speaking the truth. And I'm really willing to roll up my sleeves and get in the fight, not just sit on the sidelines and offer rhetoric or side chatter. So I'm glad to be here with you this year. It's an amazing thing what you guys are doing, raising awareness for Steve Avery and Brendan Dassey, raising funds for inmates canteen, which I know how that feels and what difference it makes. And then just raising awareness overall, just the totality and the improper and incorrectness of our justice system. We have an obligation, and you guys are carrying out that obligation to make sure that we are using our voice to alert and cause alarm, or where other individuals should be alarmed about what's going on in our justice system. So thank you guys for thinking of this and then for carrying on the torch. Hopefully it have more years of success.
It's funny, Rachel just said he needs to get in front of the president. And funny enough, and we'll get to this later, but you are working on proposing things to Congress, correct? That's one of the things you're working on?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
even again, Tracy, even before I got here home as a free man, I was working on my Crisis in America platform, really taking time to realize what I want to be my issues. There's so many issues out there. And so I had to identify what are the issues that I'm going to be focused on to where I can execute and not just come home year one and then 10 years later, I'm still talking about these same issues. So I wanted to kind of bring my focus in a little bit. And so I just began putting it in front of me, what I wanted it to look like. And it turns into what I now refer to my Crisis in America platform. And I do talk about that. I talk about a 9/11 commission where Congress assigns that type of task.
I should have shared this already. I'm going to share this at some point when I can get it up, because you sent me that PDF file and that pretty much lays out your entire platform, correct?
Sure.
Yeah. So
and I just wanted to be clear.
Go ahead. Oops.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to be clear with it and then stay clear for myself. Be clear so other people should clearly know what I'm interested in and how we can work together, but also as a roadmap, so to speak, so I could be clear and not get off track or discourse or off course rather, because it's a lot of stuff competing for our attention out here, social media platforms all across the board. A lot of people wanting to borrow your ear or to borrow your voice over here. And I really wanted to create that platform that you talk about so I can stay focused and maybe 2 years, 5 years, even if it takes 10 years, really see some type of tangible change.
Now, since you just mentioned it, I think you did send them to me and I just didn't put them in a banner. What names do you go by on social media? I know that it's the same across all social media, right?
It is Ricky Kid Freed. It is Ricky Kid IAR on Facebook. It is also Ricky. You can go to resilienceMode.com, and that really takes you. I'm really excited about just saying that because there, especially about me being new and fresh. Go to resilienceMode.com, and we had a real good team. Rather an individual who put that website together like that. And from there, you're able to go to all my socials, all my news media clippings, my platform, exactly what it is I'm trying to do. I don't think we left a stone unturned over there. So,
okay. And I have that up.
Yes.
I have that up on the screen so they can follow that. So we kind of just went like backwards. We went from the end to the where I wanted to be at the end, but let's go back to the beginning. So what exactly was the crime that you were convicted of? What happened and how did you become a suspect and what led to you getting convicted?
Okay. So I live in Kansas City, Missouri. At that time, I was 21 years old, a double homicide. I was in the streets selling drugs. Probably shouldn't have been doing that, but far from being a murder of any kind. A double homicide occurred in the 7100 block of Monroe and the south side of Kansas City. Witnesses saw 3 men go into the home, saw 3 men, heard gunshots, heard 3 men exit the home, get into a car, a late model Oldsmobile, drive off, and then subsequently 911 was called and they arrived at the scene. It resulted in 2 men being 2 men losing their life and a little girl being left alive. One of the victims' 4-year-old daughter was in the home at the time, and the individuals had left her alive. So she was the one who actually called 911, and 911 showed up. Of course, she was there. She was safe. And it's a type of case that rocks the community. It's a type of case that frustrates police officers, prosecutors, everyday citizens when something as heinous as that can happen and then a 4-year-old girl is left in the house. People took that hard and perhaps rightfully so. In fact, rightfully so. I think the problem was emotion began to surpass their intelligence, in my case, of the investigation, and they became myopic in their thinking. They narrowed in clearly ignored evidence that pointed to who actually would have committed this crime, and just got it horribly wrong from there. So that's kind of how my case began. I was charged. First, I was picked up. 14 days later, or 8 days later, I was picked up. My name, it came up in the course of the investigation. We later learned, my legal team later learned, that it was actually one of the suspects who dropped my name in the investigation just to kind of throw the police off the trail and go in a different direction. The problem when they did that is when the police ran their names, because somebody must have dropped their names, and then my name from which they dropped, we was known associates a few years back. And so now they got 3 people who committed the crime, 4 prime suspects, with some additional slight suspects, but nothing that really came close to their focus. So they had to figure out which 3 committed this crime. The father was 50-something years old, perhaps. The son was a 20-something-year-old, and then the nephew who committed this crime was in that same age range. And so I think one of the first mistakes the police got wrong was assuming that the father would not commit a crime with his son. And so they kind of excluded him and then put me in his place because we're all in the same age bracket. Now, they have not testified as such, but if you follow my case, you can kind of see, at least in my eyes, studying it for over 20 years, what direction was they trying to go in and how did they get this horribly wrong. So that's what happened in my case. I was picked up as a suspect. I cooperated. I did not think at the time that innocent people even go to prison. I did not think it at all. I had no frame of reference. I've read no articles in the past. My family was not a lawyer. I mean, I had no reason to believe that my innocent self would end up in prison for a crime I did not commit. I went down to the police station. I cooperated. I got in a video lineup. I got in a photo lineup, and they took me home, actually. And I went home late in the morning and realized, or it came to my mind or thought that, hey, they got it wrong and they realized it. Well, 3.5 months later, May 22nd, 1996, just a month or a short month from now, they came back and they picked me up and they charged me with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of armed criminal action. It was devastating. It was devastating. I remember it like it was yesterday. Those cold handcuffs going on my wrists. I'm telling the squad detectives or the field detectives who picked me up, you're making a mistake. You got the wrong guy. Tears began streaming down my face. I'm sitting in the back of the car. I'm telling them, I'm leaning forward and just, I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe my voice and my words echoed the truth. And if it was a magic world with a magic pill, maybe that would have worked. And they would have pulled over and took the handcuffs off. That just wasn't the world we lived in. That wasn't our criminal justice system. But I did not even know what our criminal justice system consisted of at that time. My cries went on deaf ears. They took me down to the police station. I was interviewed again for a second time and actually booked and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, a crime I would have never committed. Gave me no bond and threw me in there with all the rest of the individuals, some who may have been innocent as well. The rest, I'm sure, were guilty. But nonetheless, I was in here. An innocent man was sitting in a place built for the guilty. And that's not even really fair because there's a presumption of innocence. So let me correct that. When I went to prison, that's a different situation. So, but that's kind of what happened to me, Tracy. And I couldn't believe it.
Oh, yeah,
I just couldn't believe it.
Now, you knew about the crime and everything, like you'd already heard about it and everything. So you knew that this crime had happened. You just were shocked about how did I get involved in this, correct?
Agree. The crime had took place. I mean, the crime was reported on the news by me being in the streets. There was some knowledge that I came in contact with, had nothing to do with the crime, was not with them at all. So yeah, having that type of peripheral knowledge, that was true. And that all came out in the wash 23 years later, but far from me having anything to do, any thought whatsoever with committing this crime, not even an inch. So
Now let's go through this because Kayla, who was the 4-year-old, she did not pick you out of a photo lineup. She picked out one of the other guys in a photo lineup, correct?
Agreed.
But then
Agreed.
later, she picked you out of a video lineup, correct? That's how she picked you out.
So detectives alleged.
Right.
They alleged later that in April, the crime happened February 6, 1996. And they interviewed her immediately that day. And then they brought her down to the station 4 days later, which would have been February the 10th. There was they showed her pictures of me and all these other things. There was no positive identification. 2 months later, April 11th, they brought her in again. And this time they really walked her through my description. They had acquired pictures of me. So they kept prompting, did he have on jewelry? Well, they had pictures of me in jewelry. Did he have long earrings? Well, they had pictures of me in wearing earrings. And you could just see how they walked through a perfect coercion or impression of what they wanted Kayla to try to spit back out to them. They then went, the detectives then testified that they went to a separate room and showed a video lineup tape of me, that they put her in a chair, that she began to shake and was nervous and said, that's him, that's him. And then that's when they felt like they knew they had their guy. The problem with that has been all along, Tracy, that never likely took place. We believe, I at least believe, because it was never memorialized. Now, you mean to tell me that the police have all these tools and resources to memorialize an interview of a suspect or a witness, and you have a fragile witness such as Kayla at the age of 4, why would you not want to memorialize that by simply turning the video on? Turn the video. Now, they have a videotape of her, so they did turn it on. And it was about 40 minutes, maybe an hour, to the best of my recollection, but no questions about Ricky Kidd at all. So, and now this isn't on a different day. This is, let's say she came down at 5, and I'm just making that number up because I don't remember the time from 5 to 7. In the course between 5 and 7, you did all, so you pushed that tape, you pushed record, and you got about a good 40 minutes or an hour of recording her. You never asked her a question about Ricky Kidd. Hold on. After they said she identified me. So you took her in a room. She supposedly identified me. You take her in another room after that fact. Great. She identified her or identified them. Let's memorialize that if it is so true. We don't believe that is true. I don't believe that the judge who ultimately set aside my conviction, I don't think he believed that as well when all the evidence came out as far as how the police bungled this case.
Well, and then when the trial happened, she didn't recognize you. She didn't pick you up.
Agreed. Even more evidence, in my strong opinion. So it's trial time, as you just said, Tracy, and they're asking her to look outside the courtroom and see if you see the man who was in your house and killed your father. And she looks across and she is not able to identify me. So they say, Your Honor, can we show her the photo spread? So they showed her the photo spread. And then she picked out the other suspects, one of the other suspects, Mr. Murrow, who was in position number 3. I was in position number 5. So she picked him out. And they was like, now what about the other guy? Did you pick out the other guy? She said, I only saw one. So the prosecutor kind of shuffled a little bit. No, you don't remember. I only saw one. She then went on so as they was trying to convince her that, no, you saw 2. And she said, I only saw one. And he was darker. So she's clearly not able to identify me. In my mind, it was clear, Tracy. I am not the little boy crying wolf. So in my mind,
she also referred to you as the skinny one, right? And no offense, Ricky, but you are not a small guy.
Thank you, Tracy. You make the whole articulation much easier. Just here it is.
But I don't know anyone can look at you and identify you as the skinny guy.
I don't like missing meals. I will say that much. I don't like missing meals. So it was a failed identification, in-court identification. But here's the hanky-panky. The judge allowed the detectives to take the stand and testify on their credibility to the jury and the court. Well, that's what she told us. There's no transcript. There's no audio. There's no video. You have all of this at your disposal, but forget all of that. You're just going to take this stand and give your narrative to where that's what she did. And we believe, I most certainly believe that the jury and the court believe the detectives and officers, because that's what we do. We tend to believe our detectives and officers, but it didn't give me the chance to counter that. I was not able to cross-examine a witness of who you said identified me, and there was no evidence that it was true. She showed in court that there was no evidence that it was true. It had to take 23 years later for it to come out, to find out that it just wasn't true.
And we're going to get to it, because to me, again, I don't want to jump ahead, but I'm going to mention it before I forget. To me, if there was ever a person that probably I can understand being really angry about what happened to you, it would be you, because of all it would have taken for you to not be wrongfully convicted.
Stop this, please. Hold on 1 second. My Ring Central is ringing. And I'm not even seeing where to cut it off at. Just 1 second.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know where that come from, but
I don't know.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I say that like ultimately why your conviction was overturned, and I don't want to quite get to the details yet, but if there's ever a person who deserved to be angry over such a stupid thing that you were convicted, because something was left out and something wasn't turned over, like yours is like a very obvious situation that if it had been given over to your defense attorneys or defense team, you never would have been convicted. I mean, it's blatantly obvious that something so simple, if that would have happened, you would not have spent 23 years in prison.
Yes.
And I said, I want to get to the details yet, but it's just crazy to me, because you're looking at, like I said to Doreen when she first came on, I said, there is like a playbook for how to wrongfully convict somebody.
Yes. Yes.
And there are so many common threads in all these cases. And for yours, like I said, it is just ridiculous that you spent 23 years in prison when something that was so obvious that could have kept you from getting convicted to begin with.
Yes.
And I just wanted to mention that before I forgot, because I was like, I did take some notes, but I didn't get to take a lot of them. Now, again, there was no physical evidence tying you to this crime at all.
No.
This was
No.
pretty much basically on mistaken ID, right? Because there was another eyewitness that also put you there as well. That was wrong and correct. Now, what was his deal?
So this individual, no physical evidence. Kayla's failed in-court identification. The police officers allowed in-court identification. If there was evidence if people say, Ricky, what evidence convicted you? And take the detective's testimony, erroneously submitted, we believe. And then you take this other state witness who came to court and testified that he was 2001% sure that I was the guy he saw commit the crime. What happened, though, is he was 2001% telling a lie. And the prosecutors and the detectives, in my opinion, should have known that he was telling a lie. Not just based on the evidence that we're going to talk about here in a second that they withheld, but just in the police reports alone, where he constantly contradicted himself and told clear discrepancies as it relates to what police knew actually happened, as far as how many cars was here, who was placed here. He was at a whole different block if he was ever anywhere to be found, or just straight out lying. I believe that from the very beginning. How would I know? Because I actually didn't commit the crime. So understand what's in the mind of a man or woman who really, really is innocent. They clearly know that this is not true. Lawyers is trying to catch up to differentiate what's true or not. Investigators are trying to find out what's true or not. Your family is trying to figure out whether they should believe you and if you're telling the truth or not. But an innocent man or woman already knows that this is false because I was not there. And so I knew something was wrong with this state witness here, Harris. And it began to come out little by little. Of course, his testimony at the time of trial was, that's my guy, or that's the guy, Ricky Kidd. Subsequently, I was convicted based on his testimony. And I always believe, since the little girl testimony fell apart, that it was really this individual, one state witness, who sent me to prison. Years later, through thorough investigation and just turning it all up and turning it all over, we discover that he actually was lying. He came to court in April of 2019 and testified that he made a mistake, but also, this is one part of the testimony, that he made a mistake. The other part of the testimony, through our ex-police commissioner, Alvin Brooks, who also came to court and testified. So Richard Harris called our ex-police commissioner, Alvin Brooks, a community leader here, after years of this crime, a few years before 2018, or maybe a year. And he says, hey, listen, this has been on my heart. Ricky Kidd didn't commit that crime. And so our police commissioner at the time says, what? Well, how do you know? He said, because I know who did do it. He said, well, why didn't you say who did do it? He said, because I was scared that they was going to retaliate against me. And so he just went ahead and knowingly sent the wrong person to prison. Our police commissioner, Alvin Brooks, at the time had asked, well, have you talked to his lawyer? That's something that you need to come forward with. Arrangements was made where he was put in contact with my legal team, and he came all the way clean and told the truth. In court, of course, he did the same thing and told the truth. And it was really like a scene from a movie for me, because sitting there, I'm sitting here, and I always knew that I was telling the truth, and I always knew that you was holding a lie, and he admitted under oath that he was telling that lie. It broke him down. It broke me down. He looked to me. He apologized. I'm a Christian man myself. I like walking what I like to believe under an open heaven, so I offered forgiveness instantly. Just the fact that you was willing to tell the truth. And this day, if no other day, it was this day that people finally heard from the person who sent me to prison that he was actually not being truthful. And so that apology went a long way for me. But that's kind of what happened with this witness here. And then let me add a small little caveat, because it wasn't just that clear cut and dry. It was evidence that came out later that he had been paid, that he had been put up in hotels for days, and there was discrepancy between, was it 2 days, was it a week, was it 2 weeks, or whatnot. So there was some hanky panky going on here. Some of that came out, but it looked like he tried to cover up some of that at the same time. I guess he didn't want all the dirt to come out all at once, but that's essentially what happened in my case, and as it particularly relates to this witness here.
Now, you were tried with Marcus Merrill. You were both tried together, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because one thing I know his attorney did a lot of things, but a big thing was that his attorney lied during the trial and said that your fingerprints were found in the getaway car, and your lawyer didn't object.
Yes. Yes.
What?
Yes. Yeah, crazy. Imagine that. What world do we live in? Well, first of all, the Missouri public defender system is ranked number 49 as one of our worst public defender systems in the country. So here it is, this lawyer who don't have adequate time and resources. She probably should have about 30 cases. She probably have about 80 to 130 cases. She's not even paying attention to that. She probably didn't realize, was it really his print or was it not, because she hadn't thoroughly went through my case at all. So back up just a little bit and then move forward to your point. But so she may have seen me maybe 4 hours, maybe 6 if I stretch it, in almost a year. She would come a few times and maybe 30 minutes here. If I stretch it, maybe an hour. So if I stretch it to an hour and she came and seen me 6 times in 11 months, that's 6 hours. No way you can properly defend the case. Yes way you're going to be able to, or you're not going to be able to know what the case actually consisted of. And so, yes, Kate Laddish, Marcus Merle's attorney, was so bold and she knew it was a lie. She was so bold to get up in court and tell the courts and the jury that Ricky Kidd's fingerprints was found on the getaway car of the individuals, when in fact my fingerprint was found on my own car. They had dusted prints on my own vehicle. And she had got up and said that, and my lawyer, not scrambling, I'm just assuming, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know whether to object or not to object. She just did not really wrap her mind around this case. And they was able to get a good jab off that cost me 23 years in prison.
Now, you actually had a pretty good alibi of where you had a pretty good alibi. Where were you at the time of the crime?
You would think that we would not be having this conversation today. I mean, you're right. Those are some key points. Listen, I am in the custody or in the facility of law enforcement. I am at the Jackson County Sheriff's Department at the time of the crime. But let me slow down a little bit. Usually people have to come up with something as far as where they were at the time of the crime or the action or whatever. I gave them a whole day account. I mean, that's how confident I felt. I would, and so careful if you're lying to give one place that you were and you may have not been. But if I was lying, why would I offer you a whole day's worth of alibi? It would just only increase the likeliness that if I was lying, it would fall apart. Nobody would do that who's innocent. And the reason why I did it is because I was innocent. So you could check me from 8 to 9 to 10 to 11. When did you say the crime happened? Okay, we can check that too. When was the crime over? Okay, we can take you to 12, 1, 2 o'clock throughout the whole course of the day. And it's sold together right. The reason why it's sold together right, because I was telling the truth. I was at the Jackson County Sheriff's Department applying for a gun permit. Now, go figure.
And they had a record of actually running your background check, correct?
They had a record. They had a record of running my background check, yes. And you would think that's good enough. But what happened was my overworked and underpaid and failed public defender system attorney didn't have adequate time, energy, and resources to really delve into this case. And so what the prosecutor did was they subpoenaed a sergeant from the deputy's office, from the sheriff's office, who has nothing to do with this space of gun permit applications at all. And the individual who actually does run this, and this is her job, well, her badge number is right at the bottom of the police report or the legal documentation. And so all they had to do is look down there, call this deputy, and she would have laid out what she laid out 15, 20 years later when she testified for me in court, that there was no way. They were saying, well, maybe he brought it in on the 7th. She said, not so. They said, well, maybe he brought it in on the 5th. She said, not so, and broke down. And then further broke down that it would have had to been on February 6th, and it would have had to been at X, Y, and Z time, because when it came back, when the check came back through, it was time-stamped 156. And so she was able to explain to the courts, working her way backwards, how that would have ended up in her desk file and how she would have ended up processing that. She further explained that it couldn't have been faxed in, which they tried to say at the time of my trial, because a fax number would have been on there. It couldn't have been mailed in because a person wouldn't have had no way of knowing how the mail system ran, and that they don't let other people bring applications in without showing identification. Mr. Kidd had to bring this in. Mr. Kidd had to be here. Mr. Kidd could have proved that in 1996 had I not had a failed public defender system attorney who couldn't flush that out.
And you actually didn't even have your vehicle that day, correct? Because you were watching your nephew, I think, and then was it your sister that took your vehicle for the day, or had to go to work? And
No, I did. I had it. She did start off. My sister did start off taking my newer car, and she took
okay.
that to work. And then I had an older car which I ended up getting a jump start to it. It hadn't been wanting to crank up, but I got a jump start that day because I was carless. I didn't want to drive my piece of crap around all day, so I went down there to pick up my better car, and then just told her I'll come back and pick her up when she get off work. So I was in my car, but it was a Corolla, a black or charcoal gray 1993 Corolla, not a new model 1996 rental Oldsmobile Color Sierra, which, by the way, they tracked that rental down and it belonged to one of the suspects. So,
and there were cameras there that showed that you, or would have shown that you were there. Was it at your sister's work again? Is that what we're talking? Where you were supposed to be?
Yes.
And they didn't look at them. They were told that there were cameras there that would show you were there, and they did not look at them. Is that correct?
Agree. And so I want to be real clear here, because the Missouri Assistant Attorney General at the time tried to fudge this, and because they just trying to say, well, where was he? Was he at the sheriff's department, or was he at his sister's job? Like I said, I gave a whole timeline of where I was, period. And so one of those places leading to going to the sheriff's department was my sister's place of employment to pick up the vehicle, right? If nothing else, to approve the validity of what the individual was saying, they should have checked it out.
Just to corroborate that what you were saying was true.
Absolutely. And then a timestamp would have been on there, and then they could have did the timestamp and mapped the. Simply wasn't possible, Tracy. But they didn't go look at that video when I told them immediately when I was picked up. It was only a month or two, or after I was charged. So it was more than a month or two. After I was charged, some 2.5, 3 months later, I think a month or two after that, they finally waltzed down to the place. And at this time, it's VHS tapes, and it's not the little thumb drive that could hold 1,000 hours like it is today, or 1,000,000 hours like it is today. But they said, hey, that was X amount of months ago. If there's no activity or nothing significant, we record over that. We don't have it. But there it was. Security apparatus was clearly in the building, was clearly present. Remember, I got picked up 8 days later. I told them this 8 days later. Those videotapes wouldn't have been nowhere 8 days later. And again, another opportunity for Ricky Lamont Kid to not be telling the story today with you.
I have to interrupt you for a second, because a friend of yours just came into the chat. Trisha Bushnell's here, and she said hi.
Hey, Trish.
Yeah. So you know her, don't you?
Absolutely.
She is actually going to be on tomorrow with one of our other hosts tomorrow afternoon. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, good. That's going to be a great interview.
And we're kind of getting to her part of this. First, though, I want to talk about, okay, is this correct? Again, I have to ask, because I'm limited on what information I was able to get. In 2003 is when you filed your federal petition for a writ of habeas corpus.
Yeah, 2003, 2005. I get a little fuzzy there myself, but yes.
Okay, because then it said hearings were held in 2009. What the heck took so long to have a hearing?
That's the process.
I know it takes a while, but that's a really long time.
Yes, it is a very long time. The system is really backed up with cases of wrongful conviction. We believe those numbers, that about 5%, 2 to 5% of the U.S. prison population is a result of a wrongful conviction. That means 2 to 5 out of every 100 individuals that go inside our penal system is likely to be innocent. And so to try to unearth that and dig that up, there's a long backlog with innocence projects all across the country, particularly with the Midwest Innocence Project as well. And so we get, because I actually work with them as well. I suppose I can say we, because we're in this together, if nothing else. But we get cases, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases that have to be thoroughly vetted. The MIP and other organizations across the country that can't, and you may know this, and some of our audience and viewers may know this, you can't just go picking up a case willy-nilly. Meaning you can't just go picking up a case and be drinking a Kool-Aid. You really have to dig deep. And you have to start the investigation all the way over. You're going to need investigative dollars to start that investigation over. And then sometimes you have the dollars and then you have to pause and go get more dollars. Sometimes there's other cases that's run in parallel with your investigation that's in the filing process. And so they have to turn their attention from working on your case to filing these active appeals and somehow get back to your case. And doing that whole process can take as in my case, it took 4 years before we was able to get something successfully filed in court.
And then that was denied, obviously. And then this is when I have where Tricia came in the Midwest Innocence Project. Now, a state habeas petition was filed.
Mm-hmm.
And those hearings were then held in April 2019. So now we're just getting up to last year. Now, I just want to mention to everybody in Wisconsin here, because we're used to talking about Wisconsin law. The state of Wisconsin has a habeas state petition, but it's not really used. It's only used for like really one circumstance. We use the 97406, which is the petition for post-conviction relief, which is what Steve is currently in the middle of appealing right now, that decision. So I just wanted to clear that up. It's the same thing, basically. It's just that we use a different name for it, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So what happened at that? What was in that petition? What were you filing at that point?
So at that point, Tracy, we're filing a claim of clear and convincing actual innocence. Or rather a freestanding claim of actual innocence. We also embedded in that petition a claim of actual innocence with the show and cause prejudice component to it. And so we went both angles, saying that he's innocent, entitled to relief, either through the freestanding standard of review, or this alternative review that has an underlying constitutional claim connected to it. We also filed a Brady violation, and you alluded to that
right.
A few minutes ago, where the prosecution it was discovered that the prosecutor Amy McGowan withheld key evidence that showed of a deposition, sworn depositions from the other two individuals who actually committed the crime. She took these depositions without inviting my lawyer, which is illegal by law. She further had the depositions taken and then did not turn them over to my lawyer, which is illegal by law. In these depositions, the discovery of who committed the crime was there, particularly when you match it and measure it up with what the police had already discovered, that these guys came in town from Atlanta together, that they alibied themselves together, that all the things that could have been considered hearsay or that wouldn't be supported in court, something that the prosecutor could have batted down, these depositions would have solidified that. She didn't want it to have a day in court, and it did not have its day in court until April 2019. It did have its day in court.
So I mean, that's why I said it's just ridiculous, because if your lawyer just even known that this happened, because Marcus Merrill's attorneys knew, they were there, right?
They were there.
So yours weren't. So even if they had known about it, or they had a transcript of what happened, you never would have been convicted.
Never would have been convicted. Never would have been convicted. It was so clear. I mean, it was so clear. They admitted that they was together. They admitted that I was not with them. They admitted to that the getaway car being his getaway car that only he drove while in town. I mean, so much matched. And fully meshed with who actually committed this crime. Tracy, it was clear, and it would have been very clear.
And the state knew this. Knew this, and they continued on to prosecute you, knowing. Now, what did Merrill? What was he? Was he convicted as well? Marcus Merrill, he was convicted.
Yes, Marcus Merrill was convicted. Was convicted.
Okay, so then the other two were Gary Goodspeed Jr. and Sr.
Yes.
Now, were they were ultimately convicted?
No, not at all.
Well, I guess this was still really recent, actually. So I was going to ask, is it still open? Is it still being investigated?
I don't know the answer. It may be still open, but it might as well be closed, because I don't think they have an interest in pursuing who actually committed this crime. The evidence came out in 2009, as we spoke about. So some 11 years ago, the evidence was clear. We had rounds and rounds of meetings. My legal team had rounds of meetings with the district attorney and certain community individuals. We had the proof. They say the proof is in the pudding. Well, we bought them the proof in the pudding, and they just wasn't eating. So perhaps they didn't have an appetite for the truth. But it was clear. It was clear all along. And
Tricia just mentioned this, and I read about this, and I almost forgot about it. So I'm glad she brought it up. Was that the reason why you couldn't get this into trial without that stuff, and why it was hearsay, was because your attorneys actually tried to find these guys, and they took off. They couldn't be found, correct? The Goodspeeds?
Yes.
They couldn't be found. And so that's why it was something you couldn't get into court. And that's why this was so important, that if you'd known about this, you would have already had, right. Yeah. It would have changed everything.
Yeah. And that is an excellent point, because give credit where credit is due. Teresa Anderson, my public defender, she did try that part. She did, her and her team did try to find these individuals. And had she been able to do so, it would have closed the gap in some of the things that came out or didn't come out that should have came out.
So why are they not interested in prosecuting them now? They're cold-blooded killers. Just because it's 23 years later or 24 years later since the crime, why are they not interested in prosecuting them? I mean, how do they know they haven't committed more murders since then? Or
are
they both alive still? I guess I don't know.
That's the scary part. When the wrong person is in prison, that means the right person is in society, potentially committing crimes again. It's a good question. That's the question that they have to answer.
Right. Obviously.
I cannot. Obviously, I don't know the answer. Right. And typically, I do not like to suppose. But in this particular instance, I think I will. I suppose that they're going to say that there's not evidence right now. The evidence is so many years ago. They would have a hard time bringing this before a jury and getting a conviction. That's what they would say on the record, where it's all nice and neat. But sometimes it is because, and I suppose it is because when you admit that the right person did it, then you admit that you sent the wrong person to prison. And just because I've been released by a judge's order, nobody from the state or the local DA's office have admitted that they sent the wrong person to prison. So that action itself, going after the right person, essentially causes you to admit that you sent the wrong person to prison. They don't like doing that. And that's just a fact that we all live with, and lawyers and people of the legal community are aware of this sad reality.
And no, we didn't mention this in the beginning, I don't think, but you were only 21 years old when you were incarcerated. And then you were incarcerated or 22. You're 21 when the crime happened, I think, right?
Yes, I was 21 when I was charged, 22 when I was convicted, and subsequently sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. I spent 23 years in prison. I'm 45 now. So imagine this. I spent more time in prison than I have in a free society.
Right.
Spent more time in prison than I have in a free society. That's not right.
Now, when you found out your conviction was overturned, would you allow yourself to believe that this, like, I'm going home, or were you like, nope, something like, I'm not getting my hopes up? I mean, how did you react to that?
Nope. I always believed. And that's only because I had to. And I tell people that say, well, I lost 11 times. Lost 11 times before we won one. And you have to believe, or there's no reason to continue to fight. You have to believe, or again, there's no reason to go on fighting. And so I always believed that I would have an opportunity, and that the day would come that I'll be able to prove my innocence. So when it came, I believed. I did not doubt it. I did not have any question or worry, not like that. And then the following day, August 15th, I was released on bond.
Right, you didn't actually have to wait 30
days to determine. Yes. And they had to determine whether they was going to retry the case or not. I was still confident, even being out on bail, technically, that the state wouldn't even dare think about retrying this case. It is so super clear. The judge's orders was so super clear. I just had high confidence that the judge took his time, he listened, and he got it right, and that my lawyers followed the law when it came to the type of relief I was entitled to.
So who actually gave you that news that you were going home? Who gave you that news?
They all did. I was working out, I was in the gym, in the prison gym, trying to keep my mind settled because it was going crazy. Wondering when was the orders going to come. I just wanted to know. I lost 11 times already. I feel like I'm going to win. I want to win. I think we can win. Are we going to win? So that feeling was at a height. And I was working out, trying to bring it back down. I got a call to report back to my housing unit. And then I was instructed to call my attorneys. It was Trish Bushnell and Rachel Wester who first greeted me on the phone. And they said, "Hey, buddy, how's it going? Hi, Ricky." And I'm trying to gauge their tone. Is this good news? Is this bad news? And be careful, because even an uppity tone can still get you ready for the bad news that's about to come. So you couldn't really be for sure. I'm like, "I'm doing good. What's going on, guys?" And they wanted to wait till they get the rest of the team on the phone. And so the third person who came on the line was one of my attorneys, Cindy Dodge. And she said, "Ricky, how you doing, buddy?" And hers sound a little bit more sure. I felt a little more confident that her tone was a tone of victory. And I said, "Cindy, I'm doing well. What's going on?" She said, "Well," and they said, wait a minute, Cindy, where's Sean at?" I said, "Oh, this is good news. This is good news." So Sean had came on the line, and I said, "Sean, can somebody please tell me what's going on?" And he said, "Well, Ricky, you know what's going on. You're a free man." And then Cindy bursted out, "Ricky, you're free. The judge's order came down." And I just broke down in tears. I broke down in tears. I tell you, Tracy, it was one of the hardest cries I've cried in my life.
I can only imagine.
One, going to prison when the gavel hit in the courtroom, and the second one was that we talked for about 20. They talked for about 20 minutes. I cried for a full 20 and was barely able to pull it together, but I did, and they got me out of there.
So Trisha asked a question. It's up there. Can you read it?
"Oh, Ricky, what helped you keep that belief during the process where you lost again and again?" My faith, my family, but also I was in the process of discovering my resilience. The very things that I teach on now, that I've had the opportunity to since I've been home before COVID-19, crossing the country, sharing with everybody my experience of resilience, how they can activate theirs. So again, it was my faith, my family, and then again, learning what my resilience was, determined to spring back from this tragedy and from this hardship. I wanted to be better and not bitter. I wanted to be more and not less. And it was, I just was driven by something bigger than my circumstances. And I knew that the opportunity would come. So I just kept saying that in my head, the opportunity would come, the opportunity would come, even in the face of knowing what the stats are, Tracy. Less than 1% are ever successful on appeal. But I could not let that sit in my head. I did not let that sit in my head. And thanks to MIP, my whole team, my whole community, look where I sit right now.
Okay, I want to go over these really quick, and we're running out of time, and I do want people to be able to ask questions, but I want to go over these really quick because this is the question that most people ask. What can we do? And this is from your PDF that you sent me. And number one, you put speak up and speak out about wrongful convictions whenever and wherever possible. And right, that's what we're doing here, right? So we're doing good with that. Number two, community citizens and leaders can start demanding that their elected prosecutors, attorney generals, and governors do a better job in identifying wrongful convictions and then immediately acting to correct them through the legitimate creation of conviction integrity units. Now, we just heard from, unfortunately, from Doreen about how that did not work out for her, that they're, yeah, that correction, you were on when she was talking about that, correct?
Mm-hmm, I was.
Okay, let me see. 3 was communities can demand that their state legislators act to pass bills into law that protect individuals from known fallacies during an arrest and conviction process. For example, identification procedures, interrogation procedures, witness cooperation. I don't want to read the whole thing, but that's the gist of it, correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And then the last one you have here is community organizations and local leaders can work together in assuring that local and regional innocence projects are receiving the financial and labor help needed to correct these injustices by way of state and federal grants, annual fundraiser events, and through soliciting private donors with disposable income. So again, that's, you know, like we said, in this case, we're raising money for the guys' canteens, but definitely, you know, people, that's how the Midwest Innocence Project and other innocence projects, that's how they're able to do the work they do, is by fundraising, donators, people donating their time. Even it doesn't necessarily have to be money, but donating their time.
Yes.
And I'm sure Trisha can talk a lot more about that tomorrow, since that is her area of expertise, obviously.
Yes.
So, okay, so is there anything else you want to add before we ask for questions? We only have like 2 minutes.
Well, no, just to close that, put a cute button on that. Context, right? And context is this for me. For your viewing and listening audience, I would not be here now if it wasn't for people like you supporting organizations like the Midwest Innocence Project, Miracle of Innocence Project. It's another Innocence Project on the Kansas side. But if it wasn't for these type of organizations existing, and then for people, ordinary people like your listeners and viewers supporting, showing up to support, the story of Ricky Kidd would have never been known, and I wouldn't be doing this interview with you today. So just real simple and powerful and bold context for you.
Perfect. Okay, so real quick, are there any other questions? I've got Jason waiting in the background here, so I'll bring him on well, actually, I'm gonna bring him on now while I'm looking for questions, so he can come in and say hi.
Yeah.
Hey there.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, how's it going, Ricky?
I'm good, my man. How are you?
I'm good, man. Just
Good.
another day trying to survive this nonsense going on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's definitely certain. Good to see you again. I've been seeing you on a couple of virtual events, so that's been kind of exciting. That means that we're working. That means that we're working towards what drives us, and I'm sure I speak for you when I talk about what drives us. So,
well, we got to stay ever vigilant. Injustice never sleeps, right? So,
agreed.
Well, I think that we actually don't really have too many questions, but again, you can check out more about Ricky if you go to his website, resilience.com, and you can find him on his social medias are all on there, and you can find that. And I will upload this PDF file he gave me about his mission and his vision, and I will share the link in our Facebook group. So I'll get that out to you too. But other than that, Ricky, it was a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for your positivity and your inspiration. Oh, and before I forget, you do have a book that's going to be coming out too, right? So we want to just at least mention for people to keep an eye out for that in the fall, hopefully.
Late fall, early winter. Vivid Expressions: A Journey Inside the Mind of the Innocent is a spoken words book that's actually on Amazon right now. But Twisted Fate is the book that's actually about the case, and we're trying to bring that out late fall, early winter. So be looking out for Twisted Fate by Ricky Kidd.
So will you come back on and join me when that comes out?
Oh, most certainly. I will, Tracy.
Okay, that sounds great. And again, you're welcome to hang out in the background again if you want to listen to Jason. Otherwise, thank you, and I will. Hopefully, we can keep in touch because I would really love to do that. And I will get you Doreen's information, and Jason knows Doreen very well. They're really good friends. So I will get you Doreen's information so that you two can get in touch if you need to. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for being with us. All right.
stay healthy, brother.
All right. I will. Thank you.
Okay, right. Oh gosh, I'm just moving along here. I can't believe this is my last hour, you guys. This is crazy. Let me get let's see, let me get your stuff up and get Ricky's down. I've got too many little things here. Okay, so for Jason, we're going to put up his Instagram and his Twitter so you guys can follow him on social media. That's the only thing I had, right, that you gave me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not missing anything. All right, so everybody welcome Jason Strong. And again, I do not know, I can't see the names, but you guys can see the names you said, right? But it's pretty easy to remember. It's up there on his on his socials. So welcome Jason to the not podcast. Oh my gosh, the YouTube stream. You can tell I've been on here for 3 hours. All right.
All good.
I'm already losing my mind. I'm going crazy here. All right. So Ricky, now your case is you're another exoneree, like we just talked to Ricky, and you were in prison for how many years? 15 years?
15 and a half, yeah.
And you were released how long ago?
It'll be 5 years on May 28th.
Okay. So where I want to start is obviously kind of at the beginning of what the crime was, how you became a suspect, how did you get involved in this, what led to your arrest, and in your case, something that I know we talked about and I wanted you to talk about was the fact that you actually falsely confessed.
Right.
And you did this at 24 years old. So, we're dealing with Brendan, who was only 15, years old at the time. At the time of the crime, and you were 24 years old and you still falsely confessed. So I would
Right.
really like you to spend some time talking about that, like what happened, what led to that, what the mindset is, and you've done these things before, you've done that kind of stuff, so but start with the crime itself.
All right, yeah. So I was arrested in December of '99 for 2 counts of first-degree murder. What had happened is they had found an unidentified woman's body in a forest preserve who had been badly beaten and tortured. And they started an investigation, got nowhere, countless leads. And eventually they came knocking on my door, and I'll get to that in a minute, why they came to my door. But on around December 19th, December 20th, it was about 11 o'clock at night. I was hanging out in my room with my girlfriend and her friend. We were drinking, having a few, smokes and things like that. And I get a knock at the door. I think it's just my buddy from down the way. Open the door. It's a bunch of cops with guns drawn. They push into my room, throw me down, handcuff me. My girlfriend's screaming and crying. I'm confused. I don't know what the fuck is going on. And they're not telling me anything. They put me in a car. They take me to the station. The whole time I'm just constantly like, what the fuck is going on? Why are y'all doing this? I didn't do anything wrong. And that's, the initial start of what leads to false confessions is you're confused, you're scared, you're anxious, you have no idea why this is happening to you. And nobody's talking to you, nobody's helping you. And they put you in a room, and the conveyor belt system starts, which is basically where they, have a couple cops come in and then they'll leave, and a couple other cops come in and they'll leave, and then the first 2 come back, and just back and forth. And when you're an innocent person, your first inclination is, I want to talk to the police. I didn't do anything wrong. What can I do to help resolve this? And so you're like, hey, I'll cooperate. It's not until about, 40 minutes to an hour later, you realize they're not your friend. They're not there to help you. They're not listening to you. They don't care what you have to say. They only want their own way. That you realize you're fucked and it's too late. And what I mean by that is the moment you go in there, you sign a paper that says you're willing to talk to them. They make you think that once you sign that paper, you no longer have rights, because once shit goes south and you say, I want a lawyer, their first response is you can't afford one, so you can't have one. All right. And you're not thinking rationally. You're not thinking, well, wait a minute, my rights are this and my rights are that. You're just like, what the fuck is going on here? And I apologize to everybody if my language offends them, but that's how I talk. But anyway,
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
So, you're sitting there and you got these cops. They're showing you pictures of this woman's body, autopsy photos, photos of where she was found, and I mean these are horrific pictures. These are grotesque injuries that were done to this woman. Just pictures of a dead body in general are just, it's weird. It messes with your head. And they're accusing you of this crime, and you're constantly telling them, I didn't do anything, to the point where you finally get mad and you're like, look, I didn't fucking do anything. I didn't do this. Why the fuck won't you listen to me? And they say that that's evidence of your guilt. You're showing your anger, your aggressive, violent nature. And this goes on for a long time, and then you eventually get to a point where you feel helpless. And you start to cry, and you feel like you have no options, and they're not listening to you. And they say, well, that's proof of your guilt, because now you're showing remorse for your actions. Everything you do in that room is designed to be against you. If you avoid eye contact, you're guilty. If you make eye contact, you're guilty. If you talk, you're guilty. If you don't talk, you're guilty. If whatever you do is a sign of guilt. They bring you statements from your friends that they've coerced to say that you did this crime. They threaten to charge your girlfriend with the crime as well. They do everything in their power to make you feel like you have no other option. They won't let you sleep. Every time they'd leave and I'd lay my head down to rest, they'd come right back in and start on me again. They lie and say they have evidence that isn't possible. But by this point, you're so confused and scared, you don't realize what's reality anymore. And your only option, your only way to make it quit is to give them what they want. And you're not thinking like, oh, this will never help. This will never hurt. You're just, how do I make this stop? You're not thinking to the next stage. You just want it to end because it's endless and it's horrible to go through. And most people think, oh, I would never do this. I would never confess to a crime I didn't commit. Well, you know, sit in that room for a long time like I did and go through the grilling tactics that they use. And I guarantee you, eventually you will break. Some people, it's quicker than others. Some people, it takes a while. But everybody's got a breaking point. And that's what they're trained to do, is get confessions from people. And it's not like you can just say, hey, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm done. I'm going home. They're not going to let you leave. You're there. End of story. So best thing that you can do is the moment you're in their custody, shut up and just say, I want a lawyer. Never try to talk to them because they're not your friend, even if you didn't do anything wrong.
So how long were you actually in interrogation?
It went from probably about 11:30, midnight, somewhere around there. Probably till about, I don't know, 6:30 in the morning before I finally broke. I was just exhausted. I was drained of energy. You know, so the night before I got arrested, I probably had maybe, I don't know, 4 hours sleep the previous 48 hours between, you know, working, spending time with my girlfriend. I like to party a lot too. Then add on top of that, before I get arrested, I'm drinking, I'm smoking weed. You know, I'm not in the perfect frame of mind and I'm exhausted and they won't let you sleep. Like I said, you know, once it was over, just to give you an idea of how exhausted and mentally and emotionally drained I was, all I did as soon as they left me alone was lay on the floor and go to sleep. Because I was just, that's how gone I was at that moment. I couldn't do anything and my body was just drained. But that's what they do. They you know, they work on you and they work on you until you're on your last leg. You know, and they know what your weaknesses are. You know, in my case, you know, they kept saying, you know, they heard me kept asking about my girlfriend because I was arrested with her there. So they knew she was a weakness for me. So they used that by saying, well, we think she's involved too. We're going to threaten her, or we're going to charge her as well, you know, to try to get you to defend her, you know, which I did. And, you know, end up signing the confession for something I didn't do. But why they came to get me in the first place is something people often ask. Well, how did they even find you? Well, so I wasn't a saint. I never hurt anybody, but I lived a rock and roll lifestyle. You know, I partied a lot, drank, did drugs, worked in a porn shop, but I wasn't a bad person. But be that as it may, there was a particular cop that headed in for me, and he had been harassing me for a long time, wanting me to be a snitch for him. And I've told him numerous times, I don't know nothing. I don't know anything about drugs. I don't know anybody about dealing drugs. I can't help you. And he told me if I didn't cooperate with him, he would make my life a living hell. And shortly after that moment, he made that a reality. He was the initiating officer that arrested my co-defendant, who I didn't even know on the night in question. And he's the one that intimidated, crushed the guy's hand in a car door, and intimidated him and threatened him until he basically said that he saw me commit this crime. And then that's when they came and arrested me.
You know, which one of the other guys was that? That was, let's see.
Oh, that was a Jeremy Tweedy.
Oh, Jeremy Tweedy, and then the other one was Jason Johnson. Okay.
Right. I knew Jason Johnson for a long time, but Tweedy I had actually met after the night in question. The body was found on December 8th. I met Jeremy Tweedy like around, I don't know, like December 14th or something like that. So, but they made it look like I knew him for a long period of time to fit their scenario. But years later, when he recanted, I found out that once they got into the station, all they talked about was me. This cop kept saying, you know, tell us about Jason Strong. What did Jason Strong have to do with this? What do you know about Jason Strong? We want to know what his actions were that night. So he got to the point where this guy's like, I don't fucking know this guy, but that's who they want. I'll give him to him. And he saved his own ass that way. So, you know, that's basically how they came to find me. This one cop headed in for me. He intimidated somebody else to point me out as the guy. And then they came and arrested me and interrogated me until I caved. My friend Jason Johnson also falsely confessed. under the influence of narcotics as well and lack of sleep. But he refused to testify against me. He knew that his shit was bogus. And, you know, we both immediately said, you know, none of this is true. We didn't do anything wrong. And we stood for our innocence right from the jump.
So now what actually was the crime? Like, what happened to this woman?
So
She was
the
unidentified. You already said that, right? So
right. The theory from the state presented at trial was that me and my friends picked this woman up who was walking down the road, and we took her to my place and partied with her and beat her and tortured her and then dumped her body. What really happened, of course, we didn't find out for many years. I was actually in prison for 7 years before we even identified the victim.
right.
As weird as that is. But shortly after that, we found out a lot of interesting things. And so while justice will never be found for this woman, unfortunately, what we discovered was that she was a mentally handicapped woman who was living on her own, but her family kept tabs on her. And she came under the influence of a grifter team, a mother and daughter grifter team that had a history of taking advantage of elderly and handicapped people, mentally disabled people, things of that nature. They would extort them for their money and abuse them. And they took her away from her home. And so just bear with me for a second. The state theorized that me and my friends did all this in one night. Okay. What actually happened is these women took this poor woman from her home back in April of '99. And the last her family heard from her in April of '99, she told them, they don't want me to talk to you. And they never heard from her again. And later, of course, we find out that, you know, they've been keeping her and holding her and torturing her. They sold her to this other man who was also mentally disabled and handicapped. This guy they convinced to lay down on a set of railroad tracks and have his arm cut off by a train so that he could sue the state and get money. And then they sold her to him for the money. And then they kept both of them where they could torture her and extort money from her bank account. The only reason we know that is because a year after she was dead and I was being convicted of murdering her, they must have figured they got away with it because the daughter of the grifter team went and posed as the victim's sister to try to get access to her bank accounts because nobody knew she was dead. So her bank accounts were still active. But thankfully, the bank remembered her and knew her family and knew that that wasn't her family and called the cops right away, which started a missing persons investigation. It took them many years, as I said, before they made the connection between the two counties. So yeah, she basically they beat her and tortured her and deprived her of nutrition. And we know this now because medical examiners, proper ones, not the fraud that was in my trial, found that she had actually been tortured for many weeks, if not months, because all the injuries that were similar were in various stages of healing. And further, the injuries that led to her death were actually the day she was found, it wasn't from the night before. She was actually dead up to a week prior to that, but she didn't decompose. She didn't decompose because of the cooler temperatures, right? And the injuries that led to that were even further back than that. So it threw out the state's entire theory that me and my buddies picked her up on the side of the road, partied with her, and killed her in one night.
What did the forensic pathologist, using that term loosely, at the trial say?
Oh, he basically corroborated everything that my co-defendant had said. That we killed this woman in one night. The injuries match everything that we had said in our confessions. He even he added things, said that there was wax burnings, that we had melted wax and burned her with it because we were into like all kinds of kinky shit. And come to find out, she'd never even been burned. There was no wax on her. Later on, real pathologists determined that what he thought was burnings and wax and all this was actually signs of decomposition that had started. You know, the sloughing of the skin, the discoloration, things like that were normal to decomposition. But and this wasn't just one forensic pathologist that came to that conclusion. It was 3 of them, and their stuff was peer reviewed. So then they all came to the same conclusions, that it wasn't possible for us to have committed this crime. But the pathologist in my trial that sat in and gave all this evidence corroborating these false confessions turned out to be a fraud. During my, I mean, this is what my attorneys told me. I wasn't in the room, but they during my civil suit, they deposed him and determined that he never went to medical school for this in the United States. He went to some fly-by-night institution in the Dominican Republic that was closed down for fraudulent practices, never had a license to practice, and he's been doing this for how long? And he's still doing it. He just moved to a different state, unfortunately, Wisconsin.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's awesome.
So, insane. I mean, you know, my friend Jason Flom jokes that, you know, Quentin Tarantino couldn't write this shit. It's so crazy, you know. But, you know, you got one-armed crazy people and, you know, railroad tracks and fraudulent medical examiners and, you know, grifters. I mean, it's just insanity.
That's just crazy. Where in Wisconsin is he? Do you know?
I believe Racine.
Right over the
Yeah.
border. So, wow,
Yeah.
that is just crazy. So I'm going to read this because I don't want to keep holding my iPad, but this is one thing, and I don't know where we want to put this in the story, but I'm reading it now because this is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And this is the quote. You're not going to know what I'm going to say. The quote from the assistant state's attorney after she was identified.
Mm-hmm.
So Assistant State Attorney Michael Mermel, is that how you say his name? Mermel.
Yeah.
Okay, he was the prosecutor on this case, and he was asked why the state did not reopen the case after she was Sunderland. That's her name. Mary Kate? Yeah, Mary Kate Sunderland. Yeah. After she was identified, he was asked why they didn't reopen the case, and this was what he said. He said her identity had nothing to do with who killed her, how she was killed, or what happened. Jason Strong confessed to her murder and showed police where he dumped the body. So explain to me what difference it makes who she was. The taxpayers don't pay us for intellectual curiosity. They pay us to get convictions.
Yeah.
That's a real great attitude for a prosecutor.
Oh, yeah. Mike Mermel was, he's a real piece of work. He was basically allowed to retire, but he was getting a lot of bad press because numerous cases were falling apart. He made that comment in my case. In the Juan Rivera case, for those that aren't familiar, Juan Rivera, same county, same prosecutor, cops, everything. He was wrongfully convicted for the rape and murder of an 11-year-old girl, Holly Staker. And he did 20 plus years in prison for something he didn't do. Tried 3 times and convicted. And then DNA came out and proved it wasn't him. This prosecutor, Mike Mermel, his response to that was, well, maybe she had sex with somebody else earlier in the day before Juan came along and killed her.
Right.
So now he's blaming the victim, an 11-year-old girl.
11-year-old girl.
Which if I was the parents of that kid, I'd be outraged. You know, I can only imagine.
And it wasn't even so much about her having sex with somebody else. There was like this magic semen or something that could supposedly float from like one, from a bedspread or something like that. I don't know. He came up with this.
Oh no,
really
that was the other case.
That was the other case. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there's multiple cases here. So
Jesus.
Jerry Hobbs was another case. He sat in jail for 5 years awaiting trial before he was released. He was in there for the murder of his 9-year-old daughter and her friend.
Right, that's the one.
And they found semen inside these girls. And when the DNA didn't match, his explanation was, well, maybe they were playing in a part of the park where people go to have sex, and they got the semen inside of them from there. Well, how the fuck does that happen? I mean, were they taking their clothes off and rolling around in the dirt at 9? I mean, come on, you know, it's insane explanations like that are why he was pushed out. You know.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm glad. It's even. It is just ridiculous. But the problem is, juries were buying this crap. That's the thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, it's sad, but you know, juries, people that sit on juries are made up of our general society. And unfortunately, most people in society believe the shit they see on TV from your talking head pundits, from your shows like Law and Order and all these. And that's where they get their sense of justice. And they also follow into this, we got to be tough on crime and cops are the good guys. And, yeah, I get that. Cops do good work sometimes, but there are bad cops too. And they make mistakes. Some of them do it on purpose, deliberately railroad people. And there's mistakes and evil assholes that are prosecutors as well. But for some reason, the general public fails to see that a lot of the times. They want to believe that those cops are doing good. They want to believe that the prosecutor's just looking out for them. So that's where the real challenge comes in. When we do what we're doing right now, most of the time we end up preaching to the choir. Most people that are watching are probably people that are already familiar with this and care about the cause. The hard part is reaching those people that have no clue, that never stop to think about this stuff, that have never been impacted by it. Those are the people whose hearts and minds we have to change. And that's the struggle. So, when you look at juries, you got to remember that those people that probably have never had any knowledge about this kind of stuff, and it's on purpose. When you're doing voir dire in your jury selection, they're basically asking people, hey, do you know anybody that's in the criminal justice system? Have you ever had an experience? And if they have, they're gone. They don't want those people to sit up. They don't want people that are going to think and use evidence in the right way. They want people that will react emotionally. And it's become a game, a challenge between sides to see who can, stack the deck in their favor. And it's terrible. That's something we really need to work on as a people to fix, because injustice doesn't know color, sex, wealth, poverty. It doesn't know any of that. All injustice knows is, injustice. It can happen to anybody. It can happen to your next door neighbor. It can happen to your brother. It can happen to your friend.
Now, in 2002, because this is what they said, that she found out she had a husband that she had been married to, that she met through these con women. Mm-hmm. In 2002, he actually confessed to the crime, correct?
Right.
But they went to look for the body, right? Okay, I'll let you tell it.
Okay, so Gonzalo Chamizo was the guy that they sold her to and she was married to. And when they had the missing persons report started, they found him and he was in a mental institution / jail. He was crazy. He was deranged, insane. When they went and talked to him, they were talking to him about a missing person. But the whole time, he was adamant that she was dead. And not just dead, but that she was murdered. And that him and these two women had done it. But he gave constant variations in what actually happened, so they didn't believe him. The only thing that really was 100% was that she was murdered in December of '99 and that these people were involved. He was constant about that. But all the other details were wrong. So when they went to the place where he said the body was buried, they didn't find anything and they just chalked it up to he was crazy. Another note is that during the interrogation, whatever you want to call it, that they did with him, to give you an example of how crazy he was physically, literally masturbating and playing with his feces in the room with the police officers.
Oh, God.
The man is not all there. He's gone. And so, that also explains how these women were able to take advantage of him as well. So yeah, he gave a lot of conflicting things, but the things that stood out to us that were in the know of what the case was that he kept saying she was murdered in December of '99. That's not stuff people guess.
Right.
Now,
so, when he sent them to go, when he told them where the body was he correct? And it's just that they didn't know the body had already been found and removed? Like, did he give the right location?
No, he wasn't even close.
Okay.
And he constantly changed that. One day it was that she was in a dumpster. The other day, another time that she was buried in somebody's yard. It was constantly changing. And that's why they didn't really, believe him much. They went and checked, nothing turned up, so they just marked it off as he was crazy. But when I read the reports, years later, when we finally made the connection between the two, I was like, the thing that stood out to me again, he kept saying December 99 murder. That's, they were asking about a missing persons, but he was adamant she was murdered in December of 99. And
Now it's
the county that, I'm sorry, I was just going to say the county where the missing person investigation was, once the connection was made, we reached out to them, and there was an officer there, Sergeant Bosshart, who was amazing. When I say there's good cops out there too that do good work, he's one of them. He was very helpful. He talked to me and my family. He gave us case information because he didn't believe it was me. He thought Lake County had the wrong guy. And when he went to talk to Lake County to ask them about the case and try to compare notes, they pushed him out. They didn't want anything to do with him. They didn't want the truth to come out. And ironically, that's also the first time I ever got hate mail, which I think came from the cops, but I can't prove that. Yeah, so that guy was actually trying to reveal the truth, and he gave us all kinds of information about the case that helped us learn more about this mother-daughter team and Chamizo and the victim and everything.
So now we heard from Doreen earlier about how a conviction review unit didn't help John, but in your case, a conviction integrity unit did help you, correct?
Right. To a degree. So, all right. So when they got rid of Mermel, Mike Nurheim, who is the current state's attorney for Lake County, Illinois, came into office elected on the platform of change. He wanted to come in and look at different cases that are claiming innocence and review them and see if there's something really to this. And my case was one of the ones that he was interested in. And so one of my attorneys, Judy Royal at Northwestern, she reached out to him and they started a rapport and started talking, and he worked closely with us. And this was right around the same time that I was in federal court. And all this information had already come out about who the victim was. And so basically we had a bunch of different angles come together at the same exact moment. It was almost perfect timing. We're in federal court, all this new information comes out. Mike Nurheim is talking to us. And then at the same time, the Attorney General's office reaches out to us and says, hey, let's all sit down and talk about this. And so my attorneys, the Attorney General's people, Mike Nurheim and his people, we all get together, and well, I didn't, but they did. And they all discussed this and said, you know what, let's reinvestigate this case and find out what really happened. And they all got their own independent pathologists, and they all evaluated all this evidence, and they all worked together, and it came back that I didn't commit this crime. And so the Attorney General's office and the state's attorney's office signed off on agreeing to let me go. And the judge, the federal judge, Matthew Kennelly, amazing person, signed the order vacating my conviction and letting me go.
Wow. So how long did that take from the time time they reopened the investigation till when your conviction was overturned? How long did that take?
Oh, wow. That was still, let's see. Probably a good 4 years.
Okay, so it took some time.
Yeah, it's not the legal process moves very, very, very slowly.
Right.
I mean, you're constantly filing motions, you're asking for, more time, your things are getting delayed, you have to wait for tests to be done. It's a lot. Waiting can be a very grueling process. You learn patience when it comes to those things. Because it doesn't happen quickly. Obviously, from the moment Northwestern got involved, it still took another 8 years for me to be released. I mean, it's not easy.
Right,
and I was lucky because I didn't have a DNA case, right. And that's something I want to point out too. All these people that sit on juries, they always, they're looking for that smoking gun, that DNA, because they see it on CSI and all that shit. And what they don't realize is that the large majority of cases do not have DNA involved. That's, you know, it's mostly shit you see on TV 90% of the time. It's not to say that it doesn't exist. There are DNA cases, and DNA is very helpful, but it's not in the majority of cases. And it wasn't in my case. I got very lucky that I had the team that I had, the evidence that came out, and the people on the other side that were willing to listen. And I had a great judge. So, you know, I had a lot of good things that fell in my favor. Otherwise, I could still very likely be sitting in prison right now.
Like Ricky's case also was not a DNA case, and neither is John Juca's. So, and neither is Steve's. You know, really, I mean, not where it can be provable. I mean, there's DNA involved in the actual investigation, but there's nothing that can be disproven. Steve's first conviction was overturned because of DNA. They were actually to prove that he did not commit the rape. You know, the DNA did not match, whatever. Or they match it to somebody else. That's how his conviction was overturned the first time. They don't have that this time to work with. So, yeah, so that's why I'm always interested in cases that are non-DNA cases, because those cases a little more cut and dry. It's a little bit harder when you have to try to find these constitutional violations and civil rights violations, and it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to win on those cases. So,
well, you know, it's also, you know, interesting little fact too is you know, when they were when I was on trial, I used to think, where is the DNA? Why can't we test for DNA? Because when I was on trial, their whole theory was all this happened in my residence, and the body was transported in my vehicle. And this is a crime that would have had a lot of blood. This woman was injured very badly, and she would have bled profusely. But yet there's not a single shred of blood, hair, skin, anything in my residence or my vehicle. And they're like, oh, well, he just cleaned everything so perfectly. Okay, so I'm a mad genius that can clean everything perfectly, but then still get caught? You know, because one of their other theories was that they coerced an ex-girlfriend of mine to say that the victim's clothing that she was found in was mine. And I'm like, so, okay, now you're saying that I'm a mad genius that can get rid of all evidence whatsoever, blood, hair, everything, but yet I would put my own clothing on the victim? Why wouldn't I put her clothing on her? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You know, just the whole case was nonsense. But why did the jury convict me? Well, you know, and I've said this before, and people are always surprised to hear it, but if I was on my jury, I would have convicted me. I had no defense attorneys. My defense attorneys basically did the state's job for them.
That seems to be a common thread as well.
I didn't know what I could do or what I couldn't do. But today, I could have tried my case better than those guys. I mean, but they went in there and basically said my confession was true, but it wasn't me. It was my co-defendant that actually did it. And I'm like, well, that's not going to work. I don't want to do that. And they're like, well, we know what's best. And they went and did what they wanted to do anyway. And I didn't know what I could do at that point. I didn't have money to buy an attorney, you know. So what was I supposed to do? And so I wrote it out and lost. Went to prison, sentenced to 46 years, and started fighting on my own. We finally scraped together some money to get an attorney for a short time, but once the money ran out, so did he. And I became my own attorney for many years.
And I know we talked about this, but everybody in the chat right away is sitting there like, well, that sounds familiar. Yep, because that's exactly the same thing with Steve, and we talked about that already. But it was like, yeah, he has to be a mastermind to be able to clean up all of that evidence when they supposedly slit her throat and they stabbed her in the stomach and they cut her hair and they did all that stuff, and yet there's not a single shred of DNA anywhere. Let's see, I just saw Linda's comment that was funny. Here, I'll put it up there. You can read it. She said, oh my, you and Steve can open the crime cleanup, best in the land world.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's how they would think it. But, you know, the irony is that, you know, for all the ways they talked about how clean I made the place, I mean, I was a bachelor, man. I didn't have the cleanest place in the world. You know, I had dishes in the sink and beer bottles everywhere. And I mean, come on.
Funny you say that, because right before you said that, one of my moderators, Julie, she said they cleaned it up and they managed to put the dust back. Because for Steve, yeah, you can see the dust. You know, it's like, oh, he cleaned up so great, but he managed to put the dust back afterward. Yeah. So same thing. He was a bachelor at the time because his girlfriend actually was in jail, county lockup at the time, And so yeah, same thing. It's like anybody that looked at his trailer, it was not tidy. It was not super clean, and yet they claim that he cleaned up everything. And yeah, it's so ridiculous when they say things like that. Now, you were actually okay. So first, you actually ended up being represented by the Blue Legal Clinic, right? The Center on Center on
Wrongful Convictions. Yeah, that didn't happen until around 2007, 2008. After I was already incarcerated for about 7-8 years.
Okay, because obviously, you know, they work with Brendan. They're Brendan's attorneys for the wrongful conviction of youth. Yeah, that area.
Right.
So
Yeah, Steve and Laura.
yeah. And now you were granted a certificate of innocence, though, right? You had to get a certificate. Correct. Okay.
Yeah, that took about another year after I got out.
Okay. Let me see what else. Is the case still open? Did they arrest these people? Did they find them?
No, so that'll probably never happen.
That's what Ricky was saying in his case too.
Reality. Here's a sad reality: is that Gonzalo Chamizo obviously is mentally gone. There's no possibility he could ever stand trial. The mother-daughter team, the mother of them has passed on, and so the only person left is the daughter, and she's a career criminal. She knows the game. I mean, when they deposed her during the reinvestigation of everything, her answer to every question, including where were you born, when were you born, how old are you, is I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And when she got up to go to the bathroom, she would take her drink and everything with her, so they couldn't take fingerprints from her or DNA or anything. She knows the game. So all she would have to do if they ever brought her in is say, oh, it wasn't me, it was this other guy and my mom. And who would prove her wrong? Right. Not to mention the cops. They're never going to admit they were wrong. They're not going to want to go and investigate this. You know, they've never once admitted that they were wrong, and they never will. So who's going to investigate it? Right, exactly. And I said, Ricky's case, it's actually like they know the people confessed, and they actually confessed to doing it and everything, and yet they're still probably never going to be prosecuted either, which is just sad because, you know, these are people that are cold-blooded murderers. One thing I do want to do is, well, you know, we got to start holding the cops accountable. That's part of the problem too. That's another point. But one thing I am trying to do is get some investigative journalism into that fraudulent medical examiner, so that he doesn't get to continue fucking up people's cases. Right. Because I can't imagine how many cases that man has sat on and contaminated. And he gets to still do it. He just left and went to a different state. That's just ridiculous. That's scary. Now, let's see, I've got some questions here. So Jamie, here, I'll put it up here. Jamie says, in Jason's specific situation, upon getting exonerated, was employment still hard to find? Yes and no. So you're always going to have a hard time, because even if you prove your innocence, you still have to explain why you got a 15-year gap in your work history. You know, you got to tell them you were in prison at the end of the day. But also, it was hard for me because when I first got out, I ran the risk of almost creating my own prison at home. I wasn't used to the world. You know, I didn't understand modern technology and the way people thought and acted. I had no commonality with people. You know, I had my life ripped apart twice. I lost all my friends in my life when I went to prison, but you have no choice but to make connections and friends in prison. So when I left, I lost all my friends again. And so I'm out here at 39 years old, and I'm like, well, how do I rebuild my life? I don't know how to make friends. I don't have skills to get a good job. And another thing that was always on the top of my mind is I didn't know if I could have just any kind of a job. You know, flipping burgers at a McDonald's wasn't going to work for me because, you know, prison does something to the way you think. And I didn't think that I had the ability to tolerate certain kinds of disrespect from people. And all it would take is one person to talk out the side of their neck or get out of pocket with me, and I would probably lose my cool, and then I would lose my job. So that's not a good thing. And it bled, but it took me a long time to get to where I finally pushed myself out of my comfort zone and decided to go out and venture into the world. You know, I was very content to just stay home and play video games and listen to music, but I couldn't do that. I had to push myself. And so I eventually did. And I met some great friends, started working at the, well, not working, but doing, learning a lot, working with the studio, NECAT Studio in Nashville, which is a public access television station. So I could learn how to make productions and put things on TV and things like that. And I met some great people there. And through those people, I met this guy who gave me a job temporarily. And one of my first jobs was actually to paint at Jack White's house. I worked on his tennis court and I worked on his basement. And so, I mean, as far as first jobs go, that's a pretty cool one. But now I just, I work on a lot of different things. I work with the Innocence Projects a lot. I work in film. I was a wrongful conviction consultant for the show Proven Innocent, which was on Fox. Unfortunately, only lasted a season. I work on a lot of different things, but I don't have like a regular day job type thing. You know, I want a civil suit. I'm invested. I'm looking at businesses to invest in as well. So I do well, but I try to do my part to work in the cause, as well as, you know, look after dreams that I've always had, you know, working with people in music and film and things like that. I hope I answered your question,
Yeah,
Jamie.
no, it's great. Thank you for answering. Jamie said thank you for answering too. I've got to find it. Too many people are talking. I got to go all the way back to find it to take it off the screen again. Let me see what else being said here. Now, I wasn't going to bring it up because I figure it's kind of personal, but you don't have to talk about the amount or anything. But you said you did win a federal civil rights suit, correct?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I don't talk about it too much because
right. That's why I wasn't going to bring it up, but you just mentioned it, so I was like, well, I'm just not going to talk about the amount or anything like that. But you were able to win you did file a suit against them, and you did win a federal civil rights suit.
Well, we settled, but at the end of the day, it doesn't replace what was taken from me.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if any amount could, but I settled because I'm smart enough to know how to invest, and I wanted to be out from under their thumb, because while the suit was going on, you know, my lawyers were like, look, you can't do this, you can't do that. We don't want you on social media. We don't want you to write a book. We don't want you to do any movies or stories about yourself. You know, I was still being controlled, and I didn't want that. I wanted to be free. I was done with them. And so I settled because I felt like what they gave, even though I didn't think it was enough, it was enough to make my life comfortable. And I could do the things that I wanted to do and pursue the dreams that I wanted to pursue. So,
nice.
And it put it behind me. So now I can live my life and not have to worry about, are they going to read my emails? Are they going to monitor my texts? Are they going to look at my Instagram page and say, oh, why does he listen to this kind of music? Because, you know, that's how they attacked me in the beginning too, was, you know, oh, here's a guy who works in a porn shop and has long hair, because I used to have hair. And, you know, he has long hair and tattoos, and he drinks and does drugs, and he listens to rock and roll music. He's got to be guilty. And it's like, you know, none of that shit makes you guilty of anything, man. You know, that's part of being alive, is the having the right to be who you want to be and have differences in our lives. You know, that's the spice of life, right? It's variety. So, you know, just because somebody likes things that are different from you doesn't mean that they're a bad person or that they're guilty of anything.
Let me see what else we got going on here. I was supposed to tell you that I know I saw Marty Tankleff in here earlier, and then Christina's in here too, Adam's sister. So,
yep, good people.
Yep, I was just letting you know. I know you got some of your friends in here. I don't know if there were more that I haven't seen. Let's see. Someone wants to know if you can tell us the name of the cop who did this to you. I don't know. The one that interrogated? I'm assuming the one that did the interrogation. You'd rather not say?
Yeah, well, the interrogations were a bunch of different cops. The one that had it in for me didn't do the interrogation on me. Oh, okay. I'd rather not mention his name right now, just because I don't, you know, want to cause an issue where, you know, you
Yes.
might try to sue me or something.
Right. That's
But,
perfectly fine. That is your
so,
business.
but you know, the cops that interrogated me was a series of, it was 4 different cops, and they just kept kind of switching off. And then of course, see how much time we got. Okay. I'll try to squeeze
good.
this in the minute. You know, one of the other little added weird things about this case was I didn't
Well,
just get
that's
interrogated.
Doreen. Oh, sorry, that was Doreen. That was Doreen that asked that question. I didn't know that was you.
Oh, well, her and I can talk about that on another.
Yeah, you can ask
But,
him privately.
But yeah, I actually got interrogated for 2 different crimes that night. That's another thing that a lot of people don't realize. So not only were they interrogating me about this Jane Doe that was found in Illinois, but there was a Jane Doe case in Racine, Wisconsin that they thought were similar, and they thought they were connected. So they came down the same fucking night and interrogated me for that one too. I didn't confess to that one. By that point, I was just like, man, fuck you guys. You guys, I can't do it anymore. And I just fucking broke. But I was their main suspect for many, many, many years. They never pursued anything because obviously I was in custody already. But it wasn't until my case started to fall apart that they stopped mentioning me in their stories. And on a bit of a good note, they recently solved their case. And it's interesting because who it turned out to be, do you want to talk about irony? It was a woman who was a medical person, just like the grifters. They worked in the medical field, and they would take advantage of their patients and things like that. Well, this woman took this also handicapped woman into her home, tortured her for years, and forced her to take care of her family. And her family never said anything about it. And the way they caught her was when she apparently had moved to Florida, and I don't know if she threatened another person or just said something in passing, but a woman called the police and said that this woman stated she killed a woman in Racine. And they came to investigate it, and the woman confessed. And her husband and her children all said that it was true.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it just gets weirder and weirder, right?
Yeah, it seems like most of these cases do. You know, it's just like you keep thinking, because you say, you know, it's truth is stranger than fiction. It always is.
Yep.
Let's see. Do we have any other questions, you guys, for Jason? This is so funny because Jason and I actually talked for like 90 minutes the other day. It's like, and now it's like an hour. I'm like, boy, we went through that fast.
Yeah, that's usually how it happens, though. That's why sometimes if I'm not careful, I can just go on rambling and be like, oh shit, I didn't even talk about this or this.
And I was fine because I could have kept going with you, but we were like, oh, we should probably wrap this up now. So we have something to talk about on Saturday. So are there any
all
other
good.
questions? I've had a pretty consistent viewership this entire time.
That's cool.
Oh, okay. Doreen says, tell them how you met Doreen.
Well, shit, I met her the first time was in, where the fuck was it, Atlanta or Memphis? Memphis, I think it was. I don't remember now, but I know that Doreen and we met at a conference, which was very cool, but my memory of meeting Doreen for real was when I was in New York and we hung out at Coney Island.
That's what she said,
was a great day. Yeah, that was a great day. It was me, her, and Anthony DePippo, and that was just good times, man.
That's what she just
Doreen's
said.
good people.
Yeah, she is. She's. I said she's a force. She's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and I would just want to add, for any people that view this too, that get involved. Even if it doesn't affect you right now, it doesn't matter. It's the right thing to do. We should all be vigilant and stand up against injustice because, if we don't, tomorrow it could be you. And then where are the people that will support you? We have to stand together on these things. As humans, it's our duty to stand for what's right and to stand up against injustice and to protect those that need protecting. So I think, it's important for people to get involved. Look into the Innocence Network, look into whatever innocence projects are in your state. If you're here in Tennessee, look at the Tennessee Innocence Project. We're new, I'm on the advisory council there. You know, we need a lot of help and support to keep running because it costs a lot of money to fight these cases. And we're just now getting off the ground. So we could really use some support. But mainly, even if you don't look at us or support us, you know, just get involved and care about the issue. You know, learn about it and don't be afraid to talk about it. If you hear people talking about, you know, a case or talking about, you know, whatever, legal, anything, you know, step in and join the conversation and be a voice for justice.
Yeah, one of these slogans, Susan just put in the chat, one of the slogans that a lot of us use in this with the Making a Murderer cases is we all live on Avery Road. We say that, and it's basically saying that, yeah, because it could happen to any of us. You know, it's like it happened to Steve, it happened to Brendan, it happened to you, but it could happen to anybody.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter what your sex is. It doesn't matter what your stature money-wise is. I mean,
right.
You know, there are people that, there was even a prosecutor, I can't think of his name right now, but there was even a prosecutor that was wrongfully convicted of a crime. I mean, it can happen to anybody.
I think you told me about that, because that sounds familiar. Did you tell me about that?
I don't recall if we discussed it or not.
Yeah, it sounds familiar though, yeah.
But I mean, it happens. I mean, there's people that have, you know, gone to college and have doctorates and make great money that it happens to. You know, there's people that were on their way to careers that it happens to, you know. I mean, you know, there's one of our brothers, you know, Jimmy Gardner, he was signed to the Cubs and his life was upended. You know, I mean, it just happens, you know. It doesn't know anything about, like I said, race, gender, any of that. It just happens to people.
Right.
And it's terrible. So we should all care about this issue. You know, Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We all have to be vigilant,
absolutely,
like I said.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite quotes. So, okay,
yeah,
I don't think we have any more questions. Go ahead. What?
Well, I was just going to say, that's probably one of his more well-known ones, I think.
Yeah, and especially
Besides
people that are you know, that are into the true crime cases and follow wrongful conviction cases. Obviously, we see that a lot, but it is, you know, it's true. I mean, it's simple but true. So yeah, I think that I don't think there's any more questions really. You'll catch up with Doreen and you can answer her questions. And but thank you again for coming on. If you ever want to come on again just to talk about stuff, anything going on, you got any projects you're working on, just let me know. You know how to get a hold of me.
Always working on a lot of stuff, man. Actually, I got a buddy in Chicago that's I'm kind of helping with right now that's working on a 4-part mini documentary series about mental health issues, PTSD, you know, childhood traumas, adult traumas, anxiety, depression, things of that nature, because we feel that it's something that, you know, not a lot of people are really addressing in this country. We have a lot of people that have mental health issues that, you know, we just throw pills at. Here, take this and don't worry about it. And we ignore it. And these are serious problems. You know, it's not as easy as telling a person to get over something. You know, that's not how it works. You can't just reprogram your brain by saying, hey, get over it.
Right.
So I'm trying to help him with that because I think it's an important issue.
Absolutely.
Still trying to be involved.
I actually have PTSD, so I'm totally behind you on that.
Yeah, I struggle with my own demons. I've had depression my whole life. It's a never-ending battle. You have to learn to find your ways to deal with it, but it's a constant struggle. And I'm also trying to continue to work in TV and film. I'm working closely with a friend of mine out in LA, David Elliott, who created Proven Innocent. Trying to come up with some other shows. I'm trying to get started on my book. I want to write my book this year. So I'm just working on a lot of different projects and trying to stay busy, trying to do some good stuff.
You have an open invitation. Anytime you want to stop by, just let me know, but we'll keep in touch. If you don't mind, I hope we can keep in touch. Yeah. So thank you. I'm going to have to wrap it up. I'm done. I can't believe 4 hours I survived. I'm alive, everyone. I managed to make it. So 2 minutes left. So I'm going to say goodbye to Jason. And again, we'll talk soon. And then everybody has to get ready to go over to Andrew's channel. And Andrew is going to have, I don't even know who Andrew Hall has on. I think he's told me a few times. He has some DNA people on, I think, and some other stuff going on. So a couple of people said they'd love to hear more from you in the future. And oh, do you have a title for the book? Someone just asked too.
Working title is Rebel with a Cause.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, you'll definitely have to let me know when that to look for that. And there's the link to the
Well,
next segment.
it's
Julie
a
put it
work
up
in
there.
progress.
That's okay. It doesn't have to be tomorrow, eventually.
Right.
But again, thank
I'll
you.
definitely let you know.
Awesome. Thank you. So thanks again to Jason and to Ricky and to Doreen and to Sandy, which seems like forever ago that I talked to Sandy. Thank you for a lot of good guests. Thanks to everybody in the chat for being awesome supporters, viewers, great questions. And I am gonna, someone let me know when Andrew starts so I don't cut off earlier. That was one of my rules, no dead air. There's no dead air in this 48 hours.
Right.
So,
Well, I just want to thank you again, and thanks for everybody that tuned in. I really appreciate it, and I enjoyed being on. So thank you very much.
you're a great guest. Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. And stay healthy.
Oh yeah, you too. Bye. Okay, so I am waiting to hear, you guys, if Adam is starting, I will send you over there. Until then, I don't know if I need to put, I'll put up, oh, you know what? I never put up Brendan's email address. I think, or my mailing address. I should do that, even though everybody's gone already. Everybody's failing already. That's Brendan's address if you would like to write to Brendan. Again, check out, thank you to Julie and Fen for moderating. Check out 80 More Things. Andrew is ready to go. All right, then I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you, everybody. Hope you enjoy the rest of MaM-a-Thon. I will see you tomorrow at the close. So hit subscribe if you haven't, and please give it a thumbs up if you can. If you like it, great. And I will talk to you all soon. Good night.